What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. Going to do something very similar to what I did last week and just watch some videos, react, talk. That's about it. I'm going to make a concerted effort to try to do this a little bit more often to kind of give a little bit of variety. It gets a little bit old for me to continue to do the same things. Just for what it's worth, I don't know if, nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you anyways. I've been in software, like in the tech space for 16 years. Or wait, hold on. No, longer. God dang. Hold on. Wait. Let me. Shit. 17 or 18 years. And yeah, my day job is that. My hobby is that. I studied that. So I'm kind of getting tired of doing my day job and then coming back and doing just like tech stuff as side content or working on my side projects, which tend to be tech focused. So I'm going to do more of this. Hopefully you all enjoy it. We'll hop into it. Let me go ahead and get the music turned off. All right. The first video is from, who are they? Albert and Preach. So I'll go ahead and put this up. Oops. Actually, before I do that, I forgot to do the thing that I say. I say it every stream and I didn't do it this time. I need to close things, so give me a moment while there's certain things that I can't show you all. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. It's just stuff that I can't show others. Let me make sure all of that's gone. All right, we're good. Let's go back to my screen. All right. Now, I think I'm going to change how I do this too. So we'll go to the app. Okay, am I on the right scene? Yeah, all right, looks like I'm on the right scene. And let's unlock this scene and we want this to be Brave. There we go, cool. All right, let's go ahead and get into it.
No one is born white.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we're starting off like this. I haven't actually watched the video, but I did hear that part. Now it's just like, what the hell? Let me put this in here. Before getting into the video, I'm going to state something and we're going to learn together whether or not I'm right. I have learned within my community, especially, also within the other minority groups, there's this sense that you can't be racist, that because you are a member of a minority group or a protected group or whatever, that all of the isms or the ist that can be applied, that they don't apply to you. That's my assumption of what's happening here. Of course, as I said, let's just watch it.
What?
The question for us this evening: can white people be saved?
All right. Look at the school. I don't know if this makes anyone else upset, but is this what our institutions are now teaching children? Stuff like this? This is insane. I don't think this type of messaging does anything positive, especially for me, when I consider that I'm outnumbered. I definitely don't want to be poking bears, and that seems to be what's happening in these environments. So let's keep going.
What is going on?
Let's talk about the sleep gap.
The sleep gap.
Did you know that Black Americans do not sleep as well as white Americans do?
I am going to call BS on that. I sleep very well. I sleep very well. I don't know. I'm calling BS on that one. Before I even keep going, I don't even wake up with an alarm clock. That's how well I sleep. I go to sleep and I wake up naturally every day for the past, 5-6 years. I don't know what she's on about.
The Centre for Disease Control and Prevention conducted and published research in 2020 on sleep in the US. The results showed that 43.5% of Black or African Americans had trouble sleeping, compared with 30.7% of white respondents. Black and Latinx people in the US spend 15% of their night in deep sleep, which is the most restorative and regenerative phase of sleep, compared to 20% of white Americans. Poor sleep is a public health problem. Whether it's because of historical stress, maltreatment, or health inequities, Black Americans do not sleep enough. And poor sleep is a feedback loop, and the effects of poor sleep mean you're more likely to get bad sleep again. This sleep gap is worsened for people that are low income, disabled, or undocumented. Looking back to the enslavement of Black people in the US, fatigue has been used as a measure of control against Black people. This is why several campaigners and academics are pitching sleep as an act of resistance for the Black community. To rest, even to take naps, is an act of self-care, is an act of resistance. So this Black History Month, to any Black person watching this video, remember to rest.
Did any of what she just say make sense? I'm just curious. None of it makes sense to me. Absolutely none of it makes any sense to me. None of it. You don't even want to say anything.
I had no idea. I had no idea. If these people didn't take themselves so seriously, they'd be the funniest motherfuckers.
Yeah, like real talk, she was saying that all confidently. I'm listening because, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, you hear the voice, you see her. I'll listen.
You know,
but it ain't making sense. But I'll keep,
really
I'll keep listening.
I was too.
I was like,
I bet you it's the same thing with them too. I'm
I
like,
was
hey,
really listening to her.
I'm gonna
I was
listen
like,
to her, but she ain't making no sense.
And then curveball,
It's an act of resistance.
curveball, act of resistance. Imagine you're on the job and people are like, "Yo, stop sleeping on the job. I'm resisting." No, bitch, you're fired. And you're talking. You talking to someone that used to sleep on the job when I was at Rogers. Yo, fuck that.
I mean, listen.
I couldn't sleep well, so my shit was all fucked up. My sleeping, I was stressed. I didn't like my job. I had a hard time to sleep, so I could fall asleep anywhere. My pressure was so fucking low.
I'm gonna be honest. The time when I wasn't sleeping the best, like when I wasn't getting enough rest, it was when I was with someone else. That's the only time. Every other time I sleep very well. I don't know what that girl is on about, talking about Black people. For some reason, I don't know. It sounds like she's making it out to say like that sleep is racist. That's almost what I'm getting at or hearing, which is
And stuff
dumb.
like that. But yeah. Why did you shoot him? Because he was resisting arrest? He was sleeping.
But I get what you know what I think the problem is? I think these people, they have to use the most extreme language
Oh, yes.
to describe it's like,
yes.
we're going to stop lynchings in America, and that's how we'll...
Real talk. This is one of the things that I've noticed is happening a lot more lately. The increased use of incendiary language, or what's the right word, of like language that makes you feel like the world is ending. And I think that this is to do with corporations. It draws attention. When you look at your feed, your news feed, likely you're seeing a bunch of negativity, a bunch of things that aren't great. I think that this is because that's what gets attention, and when you think about it, a lot of these tech companies who are running these social media outlets, they hire psychologists to study how human behavior works and to get you hooked. And you best believe that when they were building these products, that they were thinking about how to keep you engaged to make that product as sticky as possible. Because as long as you are giving that product your attention, they're able to sell ads to you and they're able to make money at your expense.
Resist supremacy. I'm like, okay. Take a nap, but that's how we'll resist. I'm like, you putting everything in the same fucking basket.
I was listening.
Listen, there may be racial reasons why inequality exists, but the reality is people don't sleep well because they have multiple jobs or because they're hyper stressed because they don't make much money.
Sure.
I'm sure if you did the same study, just put people on based off income, black people would probably be on par, if not very close, to white folks in that regard.
That are poor.
It'd be a class thing more than
Yeah,
anything.
all right. So they're making a really good point. And I think the people who, there are people who know, like who are actually clued in, who understand what's going on. I think a lot of people get stuck on this idea that we have racism in our country. And I'm not saying that there is no racism. Obviously we have some racial things, but it's not that big of a deal. Especially when you got, people who come from poor environments who end up making it, and despite their race. So I can't say that we're in a truly racist environment. But what I will say is that the race war and I guess any kind of war where you're splitting up people, in reality, it's hiding a real problem. And I think it's by design. This is a class war, but no one understands that, right? No, it just so happens to be that a lot of folks, at least in my community, are in that class. So they look at it as it's their race. And in reality, it's not that, because if you meet people who are that same race, who aren't in that class, they act completely different. It's not the same. So I really think that a lot of people miss this. Is that there's actually a class war. It has nothing to do with race. And if you went to college, you were a part of that, right? Like if you're someone who went to college and you believe that your degree means something and that it should mean that you get a higher paying job, because that's that's an indirect saying. That's an indirect way of saying or thinking that you're better than someone else, that you deserve more because you have this degree. That degree makes you better, right? So there's this whole class thing, and I think that's. One day people got to figure it out. I hope that is soon, and we'll see.
Right?
Yeah.
It just shows you like poverty is a bitch. When you're not making money, when you gotta work multiple things or odd jobs just to make ends meet, it fucks up your sleep cycle. And like what she said about sleep being a super detriment, I can speak to myself because for a long time I didn't sleep well, both because of my medical condition, which overrepresents for people from where I'm from, but also just because of like trying to make ends meet as a gig economy worker. Like it was very hard to have a good sleep schedule. So one day you're going to bed at 4 a.m. The next day you're going to bed at 4 p.m. because you had a gig at 2 in the morning or whatever it might be. So it's hard to get good sleep. And when I know what it's like to not get good sleep, and then I know what it's like to transition. The difference is night and day. The difference between sleeping and not sleeping, like for me, I was much more personable. I felt more present. I was much more aware. My memory was better. My performance was better. Everything just becomes...
Yeah. That's real talk. All right. That is real talk. When you are getting enough sleep, at least for me, when I get enough sleep, I'm more creative. I have more energy to deal with people. You may not believe this, but I don't like dealing with people at all. Most people in general. So if I'm tired, which is not, these days it's rare unless it's at the end of the day. But if I'm tired, I'm not trying to deal with anyone. And, that could be a bad thing. That could be a real bad thing.
Actually better. So it's a compounding issue where you're already poor and you're struggling, then you can't get sleep. So it's hard for you to get the leg up. Like, it's all real things. It's just a lot of these activist types, they code everything in extreme language, makes you turn off. It's like, in order to define white supremacy, we need you to take a nap. My brothers and sisters, straight from Zulu Nation, you need to get sleep to connect with...
I love when he started going off and doing this, because he's basically doing what he's acting like some of these people act. And the way that you speak, it's just, what do you call it? It's like slam poetry. What do you call that thing? I don't know. It's something that, I used to be into that when I was younger, but over time I haven't really been a part of that. But this is something that, you go to these God, what do you call them? Like a poetry jam or something like that. And it's just, you just get people up there and they delivering stuff like this.
With the African spiritualness. Oh, shit.
Like that's why I'm saying the
It's-
first half I
it's
got
a nap,
it.
bitch.
Yeah, it's a nap.
It's
man.
important, but it's a
It's
nap.
important, but
Make sure you take a doo-doo, because holding it in makes you hold in all those negative emotions from, oh my, chill the fuck out. Tell people the shit. You don't need to.
They tell people this shit. Yeah, so like I'm real big on this. I think it's because I'm an engineer. I hate indirect language. I hate when people can't get to the point. I don't like this flowery or metaphorical or embellished language. I want to just tell me the thing because I don't got the time. And yeah,
To link everything to the craziest widespread, oh my, it's a lot. It's
for
very,
real, it makes me not listen to it.
yes.
Telling me to go to sleep is not gonna make me go to sleep. That friend came to me and said, "Oh, well, you know what really."
by the way, if any of you all who are watching are struggling with sleep, here's something that you can try. Stay off your phone. That simple. Stay off your phone. Don't look at TV after a certain time. Don't take a phone or an iPad or any other device inside of your bedroom. My bedroom is for sleeping. There are no electronics other than my HEPA filter fan and like a light strip, like, you know, lights. No electronics are allowed in my bedroom. Incredibly important. Well, that's a lie. I do have a Kindle ebook reader. I'm gonna let that pass. That's equivalent to a book for me. So if you're really struggling to sleep, you may want to improve some of your habits or develop new habits. Don't take a phone or any type of electronic device inside of your bed, and make sure that you're not looking at these screens within an hour before bed. And even better, if you could do this, take a walk. Like decompress. After you finish watching TV at like 8 or 9 o'clock, go outside and walk around the block for an hour. You'll probably be able to go to sleep a little bit better. Maybe, I don't know. It works for me. You do whatever works for you.
works. You could take like a chamomile tea, and I was like, if that would solve my problem, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay?
Oh, dude. I so hard recommend. I resonate with this. When you tell someone something and they'll give you some like surface level recommendation. It's like, come on, like it's almost like you don't even have to say it. You could have just kept that to yourself, right? Where it's like, oh, have you tried doing this? It's like, if I'm telling you I can't do something, maybe I don't know. I'm gonna go on.
That's not an issue. Oh, you know what you could do for your problem of sleeping? Sleep. That's not. Don't tell people that they need to sleep to go to sleep. That would help. Of course, the lack of sleep is a symptom to a bigger problem. Okay, they cannot sleep.
Yeah,
why
real talk.
they cannot sleep? Why?
See, that's the thing. Yeah, it's typically a symptom of a larger issue, and I have found that there are certain things that you can do to uncover what those issues are. So let's say, for instance, I was just saying to not take your phone into the bedroom. A lot of you may be like, oh, it's boring or whatever. Fine, that's good. Boredom is good. I think people need boredom, right? That's how you become a not boring person. That's how I became a not boring person. I basically did nothing. Well, I did something, but you know what I mean? Like, I didn't have anything to do, and I was basically forced. I forced myself into doing things so that boredom would never be a thing for me. And man, it's paid off dividends, massive dividends in my life. But this is something when I was younger, because I didn't really, y'all don't know this, but I didn't have a lot of distractions growing up. So a lot of how I was able to not feel this boredom was to make up stories. So I used to do creative writing, and that kind of turned into doing other things of creativity. So when I hear people saying that they're bored, I'm like, well, maybe you need that. And when you're bored, you're going to start thinking about things that you normally don't think about, things that you may not want to think about, things that you may be suppressing, which gets to that it could be a larger issue, right? So you won't know what that larger issue is until you start to listen to yourself. And the only way to listen to yourself is to put these devices away and just be in silence. One of the things that I used to do, I think 2 or 3 years ago, I used to go every week, 2 or 3 times a week. There's something called deprivation therapy. Here, I'll show it too. So deprivation therapy. I don't know how to spell. So hopefully it'll fix it. Deprivation. No, this isn't it. Maybe it's this. Or maybe I'll say tank. How about that? A deprivation tank. Yeah. This thing right here. So it's floating, right? So you go into this tank where the water fills the same temperature as your body temperature. There's no sound. It's completely black. And you go into this pod, essentially. They have shower and everything in there. You just go in there and float. And I would do that maybe 3 to 4 times a week for an hour at a time before I would do cryotherapy. And that was a really good way to like force myself to like just be. And let's go back to the video. I don't want to get too sidetracked.
Why? Telling them, well, you can't sleep, go sleep. That's gonna solve it. It's not gonna help anything. Yo, Abba, are you free to film at 4? No, I gotta fight the power.
Jesus Christ. That's how we're always going to define sleep now.
I'm fighting them. Yo.
For what it's worth, those of you who are just not coming in, I think she's a black girl from the UK. It almost seems like she's making the assertion that I don't know honestly, I didn't understand it. She was saying something about black people and sleep and how somehow that's like white power or white supremacy or something. I don't know. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but that's what's going on in the world right now. So let's get through it.
Well, I went home and then I fought the power for 2 hours. Then I
Taking a
had
nap.
more errands to do. That's a good power fighting pillow right there. All fluffy and shit.
These people are wild.
Is that your mattress? No, it's a tool of resistance.
Hi. Quick reminder, we have a Discord.
All right.
In there.
Let's see what this
Question.
professor's talking about. Can y'all believe this? This is at Yale? This was at Yale? This dude talking like this?
Us this evening. Can white people be saved?
Let that sink in. We have institutions like Yale, which, if I'm not mistaken, Yale receives federal education money, like federal money. All right, 1 second. My dog does that whenever I am talking on this mic and not minding him. He gets on my nerves, so he's got kicked out.
What is going on? Oh.
I'm curious. What do y'all think? Can white people be saved? Like, what kind of question is that? And how is this allowed to happen at a school that receives federal grant money? I don't understand. And how, like, even if I don't even understand how this question is helpful. What's the outcome of the answer? Let's say that we find out the answer to that question. How does that move us forward? How does it help us? Right? Like, okay, let's say yes, because everyone can be saved. Okay, now what?
Lee, what is going on today, bro?
I'm wondering the same shit.
What's going on with your videos? No.
I just want to know.
I just want to know
If you're saving them, white folks on the low.
because we just can't.
All right, I know y'all know about Backstreet Boys. Don't lie. Don't act. We all know about Backstreet Boys. I'm not gonna pull up the video because I'll get demonetized. But like, we all know about Backstreet Boys.
Can't take it anymore.
No one is born white.
Okay, my gosh.
What are we doing? What?
Okay, that's
What
a
are
funny,
we listening
That's
to?
a funny bar. That's a funny bar. I suspect this is like a metaphorical thing. No one is born an oppressor,
okay.
but I think he's just trying. He's
Well,
being
okay, first
he's
off,
being slammed with it.
No, but hold on.
He's slamming the metaphors.
Hold on. Put me on game. Who's this dude?
He's just a
This is a professor? Wow. How is this allowed to happen in our schools? So it's stuff like this that makes me thankful that, like, when people say I'm lucky, like, yes, I'm lucky to have been born at the right time. Yes, school was starting to become a little more like it is today, toward the tail end of my degree, but it wasn't like this. Or maybe it's, you know what? Maybe that's not fair to say. I actually don't know. Although, with looking at what's going on with some of my former friends from college, maybe it was going on. For what it's worth, the reason why I don't fully know or may not have seen it is, number one, I have a STEM degree. My degree is in computer science. So, let's just say I was sheltered. Number two is, I worked and had a job off campus. So while I did live on campus, I mostly was doing work or going to work. And I guess 3 is most of my friend, for instance, actually, this is a good point. My roommate in college was the same person I went to high school with. And we have very similar backgrounds. Did I say back? Yeah, background. We have very similar backgrounds. And we came from the same city, the same high school, and we knew each other in high school. So I think that made it easier for me to not have to deal with. Actually, no, I don't know if it made it easier. I'm anyone who knows me, they know me. I don't really. It's hard to sway me. I kind of exist in my own little world. And most people who know me, they will attest to that. It's yeah. Let's just say I have a brand within my circle of I kind of do me whenever I feel like it.
professor at Yale.
That's a professor at Yale.
Apparently, Yale Div School. I don't know what that is.
Yale
Divinity.
Dave School?
Divinity.
Div, D-I-V.
Do not tell children that. No one is born white. There is no white biology.
Okay.
But whiteness is real. Whiteness
Wait, what?
is a working, a forming.
All right, so I thought he was about to go somewhere else. I thought he was about to go along the lines of saying that we're all people. That's how I approach it. We're all people. When I was abroad, and I spent a long while traveling, and one of the things that I learned when I went to all of these places is that everyone is incredibly hospitable. And for the most part, most people on earth want the same things. And at no point in my travels did I feel like I wasn't one of whatever group I was with, whether I was in Africa, I don't know if y'all can tell, like, even though I am a Black American, when I go to West Africa, I'm not West African. As far as I know, I don't know any Africans in my family, and I don't know where we're from, or I don't even know how much Black blood is in my family. Like, real talk. When you look at my family, they're all very bright. So it's like I don't even know. So when I went to Africa, they weren't like, "Oh, you're not one of us." They welcomed me, and they're like brother. Like I'm one of their brothers, and I'm not talking about like brother like we have here. When I was in the North Africa and Middle East, same thing. Like, obviously we're different, but like we're the same. And they treated me as brother. They would call me brother. And like when I was in Asia, like even in Asia of all places, East Asia of that, because obviously the Middle East is Asia, but East Asia, interestingly, it was the same thing. Like the people who I met and talked to, they all refer to me as that. So this idea that I really don't like this, because how he's talking doesn't help anything. I think all it does is it further serves to divide us, which I don't know. But let's keep going.
Toward a maturity that destroys. Whiteness is an invitation to a form of agency and a subjectivity that imagines life progressing toward what is in fact a diseased understanding of maturity, a maturity that invites us to evaluate the entire world by how far along it is toward this goal. Yes, I want to change the geography because that is the only way. That's the only way to move us from this vision, this trajectory toward death.
What in the actual fuck is this man saying? What in the fuck is he saying? How, like, this is how you know that maybe America, maybe we have it too good. Maybe that's it. Maybe we are too rich. If like we have people like this man saying this, and he gets paid, like do you know how much a Yale professor gets paid? There's no way he's making less than $150,000 a year. And like, what is he offering to society? Like, how is what he's saying helping us?
And most importantly, I want to save people.
That's a pastor. That's not.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
And most importantly, I want to save people.
All right, this is ironic because when he started this out, his question was, can white people be saved? Which is a disgusting question. Like, first and foremost, if you were born in this country, you likely have those Judeo-Christian values, whether you believe it or not. And for this man to come here, and it looks like he's not from here, for him to come to our country and for our country, which is, for what it's worth, 70% white, it was probably more than that when he came, for them to accept him and make him feel welcome, bring him into our institutions, and then for him to come and give this kind of speech, like, what the hell? This is disgusting. And it makes me wonder, what are these kids learning in college? What's the use of a degree other than to make sure that we have a constant slave class who are in debt and are forced into working, like slaving away? Like, what other reason do we have school if this is what they're being taught?
From becoming white.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Mm-hmm. No more whites 2024.
Wow.
No more tuna casseroles.
We fucking all of them.
No more white supremacy.
Let me breathe.
I'm tired of resisting. I'm tired of sleeping. Yes.
I've got nothing.
I want to save you from being white.
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
I got nothing.
But the whites got everything.
Yes,
and
sir.
I think you have to make the connection. He's trying to save them from being white.
He about to
'cause
do
he
the
understands
poetry
that
flow
isn't
again.
right. They was born into the oppression. They was born into the oppressor's role.
No, because nobody's born white.
No, they're not born white, but they're born into privilege. Peep the game. You have to understand, it's not a matter of skin, it's a matter of environment, cultural conditioning, and the future that we're gazing upon is whiter than a canvas. But it ain't blank. It's already been painted.
He's stone
The
faced.
shackles are there. You can't see them, but you can peep them. Let me see your arms. Let me see your arms. That's a fist. Shackles. Let me see your arms. Let me see your arms. Tattoos, shackles.
Man, I love when Preach just let Abba do it. Like, he know he gonna do it. He just it seems like he understands that Abba's just gonna do it now, and he's just like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna sit here quietly and let him.
He drew them on himself. This brother been lost, but it's okay. Because even though they may have been born that way, it's time for Lady Gaga to change your future.
But she's white.
But she wasn't born this way.
I didn't know where he was going with that. He landed it. He landed
Get
it.
the fuck out.
He landed it.
No.
He landed it.
This is unacceptable. Oh shit. Get the fuck out of here. Nah,
Hey, he landed it.
unacceptable.
Y'all gotta admit it. He landed that one.
Unacceptable.
Nobody has to be born this way.
Unacceptable.
All right, so that's it for Abba Zabba Zulu King III. Making sure that all you heard the words that's coming out this hizzle. For shizzle, my nizzle, whizzle. Anything you'd like to say more hizzle?
Absolutely not.
No hizzle.
No. No word, no bird.
No drizzle. Sprinkle a little bit of a fizzle right over the mic hizzle.
Are you good, E40?
You do a good E40, I'm not gonna lie. You do a good E40.
I love E40 though. I ain't gonna lie.
Sprinkle a little fizzle. A little fizzle dizzle.
Oh, he
Way
do.
to go.
He do. All right, he does. He does a good.
All right,
He does
anyways.
a good E40.
This
Got
is
some cheese, got some Gouda.
That's some silly ass goofy shit they were saying up on stage.
I don't know. He said a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
He said a whole lot of
Absolutely.
nothing. Shabbat D.
Let us know what you guys
Full
think
of hot
in the
air.
comments below.
Like
Were you guys
that dude,
born-
yeah, full of hot air. That was interesting. All right, let's go on to the next thing. This next piece of news is not very great, actually. If you all know Berkshire Hathaway, you know that it's two people, and Charles Munger died. So yeah, this is half of Berkshire Hathaway. So yeah, it's not good news. Yeah, I don't really want to get hung up on it. It's not great news, but I mean, hell, he lived a hell of a life. He almost made 100. Like, he almost made 100, and you know, maybe he was ready. You know, especially given all the stuff that's going on. Like, I don't know if I want to live that long. Especially now, because being born when I was born was like America was close to its peak at that time when I was born. And over my lifetime, I'm starting to see the slow erosion of American culture and values and excellence. Now, I don't know if it's just due to the fact that, you know, we're the people who I was around, but it seems like more than ever that, you know, our country's lost. So, yeah, I mean, this is he lived a long time. I don't know if I want to live that long, especially just seeing the accelerated pace at which we're going down this weird. I think it's a wrong path in our country, but you know, that's just what I think. I don't want to. That's why I say I think it's. I don't know if it is wrong. I just think it's a wrong path, and as a result, I'm not even sure how much longer I will continue to be a full citizen. I mean, obviously, I'm a citizen by birth because of reasons, you know, history. We were brought here, kind of shit. But yeah, whether or not I continue to be a resident or a permanent resident, like, you know, live most of my life here, I don't know if that's going to continue. I already have, you know, 1 foot out I already have 1 foot halfway out the door at the moment with you know, visa and residency in another country, bank accounts, everything. So yeah, so RIP Charles Munger. If you all don't know who he is, like, I would encourage you to go check him out and go check out some of his work. Like, he's done a lot of writing, and obviously he has his investor note stuff that him and Warren do. A lot of stuff to be learned in that, in those talks about business and investing, that kind of thing. But yeah, let's move on. I don't want to, you know, be stuck on that. So let's move on. So this next one is about, I think, what's going on in Ireland. I'm not sure if y'all are aware of what's going on in Ireland, but maybe I haven't watched this. So I know about what's happening in Ireland through Twitter, as well as just by virtue of I do keep up with geopolitics. That's something that's incredibly important to me. Something that I realized is important while I was abroad, while I was traveling the world, and I started to connect the dots, like how what's happening in one place can have an effect in some other place. And I mean, over time, you get a very good intuitive sense of how things may play out. And if you are smart and, good at seeing opportunities, you can take advantage of that. I won't say more, but we'll go into the video.
To Ireland, there's been a lot happening in Ireland that you might have seen is broken out over the last week or so. Riots and violence exploding in downtown Dublin. Let's go ahead and
maybe they'll talk about it, but the stabbing, the person who did the stabbing is a migrant from MENA region. I don't remember which country, it may be maybe Algeria, maybe, I don't know. But like, the person stabbed someone, and I think the person ended up dying or something like that. And something like, basically they're protecting the person who did the stabbing.
Play some of this footage.
Wild.
Absolutely crazy stuff
Their
in
buses
the
on
middle
fire.
of a Western European capital. And of course, there's been a lot of, I think, media misinformation and reporting around all of this. It's even ensnared the UFC King.
By the way, like it's not just happening in Dublin. I wish that we really had free and open news or reporting. Like our mainstream media is basically an extension of our government. It is a lot of propaganda. Of course, you won't know that until you leave and you start to see all of the sources coming out. And I'm not saying that, you just ignore what you see in America, but you start to realize that there's a lot of things that we don't talk about. Like, for instance, what's going on in Spain right now. I'm curious if any of you know what's happening in Spain. Drop some in the comment.
Conor McGregor. And so anyway, what exactly is going on behind the scenes here? So at a very, very basic level, here is what happened. There was a stabbing incident which involved a foreign national, whoever, though, had actually lived in Ireland since 2003. So let's please put this tear sheet up there on the screen, which from the Times of England, which actually has some of the best reporting that we've seen on the subject. Quote, the suspect arrived in Ireland in 2003, applied for asylum. His application was rejected, his deportation ordered, but he successfully challenged it, and he now has full residency rights. There are suggestions that his mental health had deteriorated after he was diagnosed with a brain tumor about 2 years ago, and his friends had told the police that his behavior was changing radically afterwards. He was then arrested in possession of a knife in Dublin last May and appeared before the district court in June. The outcome is unclear. He went on to stab multiple small children in Ireland. The riots essentially then were set off with anti-immigrant sentiment. However, Crystal and I, we were talking about this, and I think they have really mischaracterized a lot of what is happening here. Yes, a lot of this is downstream of immigration, but Ireland is facing a very, very serious housing crisis right now, which has a huge part to do not only with Islamic refugees, but also a lot of Ukrainians. So let's please put this.
All right, so I want y'all to just listen. This is what I mean by, if you pay attention to things, you can start to see the future, not the whole future, but you start to have a higher probability of being able to see what's going to happen. So he just said that there's a housing crisis. Why is there a housing crisis? Ignore where they're from. There's an influx of people coming into the country. All right, let's hold that. Let's come to America. At this moment in time right now, we are having a migrant crisis. And I don't know if you all noticed, house prices are extremely high. They're falling, and we're going to get into that. They're starting to fall, but they're still high. Why are they high? Well, housing prices are largely a function of supply and demand. There's currently more demand than supply. House prices go up. What do you think is going to happen when we just let, I don't even know if we bring hundreds of thousands up to 1 million new migrants into our country, what do you think is going to happen? Could it be that we start seeing stuff like what we're seeing in Dublin or in other Western European countries? Or is it more likely to be something else, right? So this is what I mean, where you don't really know either way, but if you see a similar situation in one place and you see how they react, maybe there's a probability that that same reaction will happen over here. But yeah, let's keep going.
Oops. Up there, and I'm also going to read some statistics. Quote, Ireland demography has been transformed in decades. A fifth of the 5 million people now living in Ireland were born elsewhere. Damn. And a recent increase
20%.
in refugees.
You know, it's hard to maintain a national identity when you have a bunch of people coming in who don't share your national identity. And I think I can say that as a Texan living in America, where I remember I was born earlier, where America was much different. And to see where we are now, like, there are a lot of folks who I don't think embody American ideals in our country. We even have people who hate our country living in our country. Can you believe that? You have people living in America who think that America is the worst place on earth. As someone who's been to a lot of places on earth, it's definitely not the worst. And I would probably put it in the top 3 of places, even though we have a lot of issues. I'm not going to say that everything's perfect here. We have a lot of issues, but I mean, what other countries had a war with themselves to abolish something based off of morality? Just leave it at that, right? Like, in most other countries, in most other times in history, if you have a group of people and you have another bigger group of people, the bigger group of people dominate the smaller group of people. That was happening here, but the morality won out. And I think that's thanks to those Judeo-Christian values, where they had to, and I say they, I'm talking about the colonists, I'm talking about them specifically. I think that they had to contend with this idea that in their Bible, in the religion that they believe in, that all men are created equal under God. And I think that was they reckoned with that. And I'm glad that our country was built on those ideals, because it resulted in the conditions necessary for someone like me to flourish. 300, or actually not 300, maybe 150, 200 years later. All right. So that's why when going back to what I kind of said earlier, when people are like, oh, you're lucky. Yeah, like, we're all lucky. We're born at the right time, right place, right time, everything. Right. And yeah, let's keep going.
From Ukraine and other countries has fueled a backlash amid concern over a housing shortage and straining public services. The number that is housed by the state has jumped from 7,500 in 2021 to 73,000 in 2022. Quote, Ireland has received more than 141,000 immigrants in the last 12 months through April. That is the highest total in Irish society since 2007. And the influx of migrants has driven an 11% increase in Irish population over the last 11 years, which has contributed to a steady increase in housing prices. So really what I think this is, Crystal, is a story not only of mass immigration, but of, frankly, Ukrainian refugees and other refugees from around the world that are flooding into Western Europe, as these Western European capitals have to grapple with their tremendous social safety net.
One thing that I'm not sure of is he's saying Ukrainian refugees, but wouldn't most of the refugees be women and kids? Just my thought. I don't know, but I thought that the men had to stay behind and fight. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Obviously, you have older people who aren't, in military age, but I thought that the majority of the men stayed behind, because I thought it was between 18 and 45 or 50 or something like that, where you're military age, so you have to stay. But maybe that's not the case.
their Western liberal politics, but frankly, disregarding, and this is what I think the reason that this really touched here, was their own domestic population whose houses are getting so unaffordable as they're watching foreigners get housed in state housing, as you have Irish citizens and others who
What's the
are
parallel? What's the parallel to America? Always be comparing what's happening and where you are to see like what could happen where you are. We have the same thing going on. We have people illegally crossing our border into our country. As someone who had to I didn't have to fully deal with it, or I didn't have to continue to deal with it, but I dealt with like immigration shit. And it's a slap in the face when you're doing something legal and you have to jump through all these hoops and hurdles. You have to pay all this money. There's all these forms and documents you have to sign. There's just so much. You have to do all of this and you have to wait. Whereas these people, they just mosey on right across the border, and, you know, our federal border agents, not our Texas ones, the Texas ones aren't helping them, but the federal ones, they are literally helping them cross over. And once they cross over, they're giving them free transportation, free food. When they get to wherever they're going, they're getting a free place to stay, free supplies. Meanwhile, the people who live in the country can't even get that. If I were to lose my job, I can't expect anything from my government. Yet for some reason, they're giving my money, and I pay a lot of money in taxes. They're giving my money to these illegal migrants who haven't done anything for our economy. I don't understand it, but I think that if that continues, we're going to start to see some of the same things that we're seeing in some of these Western European nations. Obviously, I mean, when I say we, I guess I mean me, but if you look, you'll find that stuff like this is happening in more than just here, right? Like the UK as a whole is going through some issues. France, however you want, like if you want to be proper France, they're going through some issues. I don't know how much longer it is before Germany starts to go through some issues. It's not looking good.
Homeless on the street, that was like the core of the spark here. And I haven't seen that particularly well articulated in Western media as to what's happening. And we'll get to the crackdown in a second if you want to comment on any of this.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, to state the obvious, just as when we're analyzing what happened on October 7th, it's not a justification. And as we're analyzing what happened with these riots, also not a justification. But yeah, when you couple the highest homelessness that Ireland has ever seen, massive housing crisis, Ireland, they were one of the countries that got the most screwed in the 2008 financial crisis and have in some ways never recovered. So when you couple this, but I think the housing piece seems to be really central, you know, based on the analyses that we're able to read. And like I said, the very high homelessness rate. When you couple that with, you know, a large influx of people from other countries, you have created a tinderbox in which, yeah, the easiest thing for people to do is going to be, and for, you know, cynical politicians and influencers and whoever, is to blame the immigrants. And
I'm curious, do y'all think that we're seeing the swing back to like whatever, I don't know where we were, but wherever we were, it seems like we're going one direction, but I'm starting to notice that there's a shift happening. Or maybe it's just me noticing, I don't know, but it's interesting. I'm starting to notice a shift happening. And I'm kind of concerned where we go from here, because this pendulum doesn't seem to be swinging with less and less energy, if you catch my drift. It seems like it's starting to swing back and forth more wildly to the left and right than when we first started.
And, you know, it's classic scapegoating. That's very common to see what unfolded here. And, you know, and there was like misinformation about who this person actually was. The context of actually this dude's been here for 20 years, by the way, was not in there whatsoever. But it lit this spark that explodes in these unbelievable riots that unfolded. Also worth mentioning that the man who disrupted the attack, who hit the dude who was stabbing children, over the head with his helmet was a recent immigrant from Brazil.
From Brazil. He was actually thanked by Conor McGregor. So let me tie it into
just to be clear. But yeah, I think, you know, it's we have had this idea of, you know, the Ukraine war, and that it's obviously beautiful that all these countries have taken in refugees, and we covered yesterday how the U.S. was really central. I mean, the reason that this war has gone on and on and on. And we can't deny the fact that, especially in a time when countries' safety nets are stretched, when inflation is tough, when people all over the world are feeling very stretched economically, that this is the type of politics that oftentimes results.
Well, I mean,
again, and she has a point. This may be why we're starting to see a shift. I saw a report that said that a lot, well, it didn't say a lot. I just forgot the exact number. I can't be precise right now, but it was a lot. When I say a lot, I mean over 80%. Like a lot. Is that a majority? A super majority? Let's say a super majority. Super majority of Americans are in a massive amount of debt. And I mean like credit card debt now. It seems that a lot of Americans have been getting by using credit cards. And the metric that I saw was some percentage. It was between 70, 80% of all Americans are at around 90% utilization of their credit cards. Or card, I don't know. I'm saying, we'll just say credit cards. That's not good, right? That's going to have long-term effects. Why? I can actually explain why. Now I don't know if I want to. Let's see if I want to keep going through this. This isn't what I was expecting it to be. So remember, I haven't actually watched this, so I don't know if I really want to continue to go through this and spend another 20, 30 minutes on this. So maybe we'll just skip through this for now. And maybe I can get to that why later, because there might be another video that's related and I want to bring it up then. I hope I think I have that video up. All right, so let's go through this right here. So, what? Oh, okay. So home builders are starting to give concessions. It's not just home builders, but it's also landlords. They're starting to give concessions, whether that be free rent or other types of things. I only care about free rent, so that's the one I'm gonna go with. But I also saw that builders are essentially buying down the points on interest on a loan. So some people are going to new builders and getting new houses, and they're getting 3.5% interest rates on their mortgages because the manufacturer is doing that for them. They're buying it down for them. And the issue is that when that happens, it means that the people who bought a house in that particular neighborhood cannot sell it because they can't compete. Everyone, like, let's say, for instance, I'm a home builder and I'm able to give a new home buyer basically a loan. And I'm saying, hey, you're going to pay me 4% on this loan. Now, let's say you, in that same neighborhood, you have a house, you want to sell your house. Well, chances are you can't give the person who's buying the house a loan. Chances are you're selling that house because you need the money. So that means that the person buying your house is going to they're going to have to go to the bank. I think mortgage rates are close to 8, 9, 10% right now. A buyer is not going to buy your house at an 8 to 10% interest rate when they can buy the manufacturer new build for a 3 to 4% interest rate. I don't know if that's what this is, what he's talking about here. I haven't watched the video, but let's get into it.
We got to talk about the housing market because home builders are going nuts.
How you doing, Casual Economist?
Homes, and it's at an all-time high. It is not normal, and people are actually buying these homes because they're offering some of the craziest incentives, and these are going to be interest rates that you and I can't get in these secondary.
Oh, he is going to talk about that then.
So
all right,
look at real estate. It is mad expensive. It's not really about the home prices anymore. People are more likely to look at the interest rates. Get a 30-year fix, it's 7.22%. 15-year fix, it's really not that better, right? And you kind of get the idea that everyone just really isn't into.
I've been told by, maybe I just need to pull that video up. Maybe I do. Oh, I do have it up. We have a video on that later. But I'm being told that our economy is in great shape. just out of curiosity, who here, and I know this is VOD, hopefully you watch maybe I'll cut this on a video, but if you're watching this, are you making $10,000 a month? Are you even making $10,000 a month? not do you have enough to where you can spend $10,000 a month on your mortgage? I'm gonna be real. The only way I'm paying $10,000 a month for a mortgage is if I'm making 50. That's just my, like, I have a 20% rule. I refuse to pay more than 20% of my take-home income on housing. Straight up. Who is making $10,000 a month to pay for a house? The loan. And like, let's be real. The majority of this note right here is not principal, it's interest. And that's what most people are going to pay, because most people will buy a house and they only want to live in it for 5 to 7 years, and they sell it, which means that they haven't even started touching the principal on their loan. So they effectively pay interest their entire life. And now obviously you get the benefit of inflation. So like, it makes you feel like you have a lot of money when you sell your house, because you get back a lot of stuff at once. It's a lump sum, but you know, lump sums can be a little bit, they could be a little bit misleading. You know, let's say that I give you a lump sum of $15,000 at the end of the year, or I can give you, let's say $1,550. Let's just say $1,500. I can either give you $15,000 all at once at the end of the year, or I can give you $1,500 a month for a year. A lot of people, they're going to look at that, oh, this $15,000 more valuable because, you know, it's a lump sum. However, you know, if they would have taken the $1,500, they would have actually came out ahead. They would have made more. I think to the tune of $3,000 more. So it's something to keep in mind, that, you know, these lump sums, they're a little bit misleading. And I think that's what people get caught up in when they sell a house. You know, they'll get back $200,000, $300,000 without realizing that they may have come out at a loss because, you know, they were paying taxes, they were paying insurance, like all of the insurances. They're paying for maintenance stuff to keep the house, because anything that we build is going to start deteriorating over time. It's just the law of nature. And there's all these things that people don't take into account when they are dealing with this. But let's keep going through this.
The housing mood, especially secondhand homes, because interest rates are so high. If you just look at 2 years ago, 30-year mortgage, you get it under 4%. It was really good. I knew.
Yeah, real talk. I had when I did try to buy a house in 2018, it wasn't a bank issue. This was the seller, kind of like after I had, anyway, they pulled out. So yeah, but the interest rate that I got at that time was sub 3%. For I think the house, for keep in mind, real estate here in Houston is a lot cheaper than here. So the house was like, it was only $650K, and it was fairly, I mean, it wasn't that big. It was like 2,400 square feet, but it had a really big ass yard for my dog Roscoe. And yeah, I got a 2.9 on that. Whereas now I'm looking at like a 7-8%. No, thank you.
People who got 15-year mortgages during the pandemic, I like 2.3, 2.7%. It was super low, and at this day, they're refusing to pay it off. They just, because it's so crazy low, they could just slowly pay it off at that point. So we're seeing a lot of these units on the market. And then with high interest rates, guess what's happening? Nobody's selling their home. Because as a homeowner, if you sell your home, you're going to have to buy another home. But if interest rates are this high, you're not going to buy another home. Because a lot of times what people do is they sell their smaller house and they go for a bigger house and take out like a mortgage, right? But with 7.2%, are you really taking out a mortgage? Probably not. And there's also
the only people who really buying houses or should be buying houses right now are the people doing the cash. Like, yeah, that's the only way. You're going to have to do it cash. And yeah, to buy a house in cash, to live in it, I don't know. I think I would just do what I'm doing now, which is I would just live here and keep my cash and wait until interest rates go down for a house that I'm going to live in. Now, if it's a house for rental income, even then at a 7.2% interest rate, I don't know. Like rents are going down right now. I don't think that you can get this a cap rate like that. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Do real estate investing. They sell their house and then they use the proceeds to buy 2 to 3 other investment properties. But who's doing that with high interest rates, right? Nobody's doing that. So now
you say, I see a casual economist. You say your finances stink. How much? Well, the thing, I don't know, like the thing about finance and knowing something about something, I don't know. I don't know how valuable knowing about things is. And I'm saying that in the sense of I don't know, not in the sense of like what some people mean when they say they don't know, when they really mean that they don't think that. I'm very literal here, so like hopefully you'll get to learn this about me over time. I literally don't know if knowing about something helps, because I don't have a because. I just don't know. I can say in my experience, I didn't really know much about that kind of stuff, but I guess I had my grandpa. I don't know if he really knew much. He didn't really know a lot about finance, maybe not like what you know, but he did know that he didn't need most things. And that rubbed off on me, surprisingly, considering like I'm always the one that everyone says that I never listen. It's amazing how similar I am to the people who say I don't listen. But yeah, like what I learned from him is that you don't need most things. Or another way of saying it, another way of saying that same thing is he saved a lot of his money. Now, fortunately, we had a family friend who I won't give names, but this is a Googleable person, a home builder actually. In fact, they may be on the news. I think we're going to talk about them later. I won't say which one, but the person who was the head of that, him and my grandfather became friends, and as a result, I also got to spend time with them growing up. And they basically, I don't know, like they were, my grandpa got lucky too. Like I'm lucky, my grandpa lucky. They managed his money for him effectively. They basically told him what he needed to do to make sure that he could retire and not have to, worry about anything. And that's what he did. So yeah, like I don't know. Do you really need to know about these things, or is it mostly a behavior thing? I lean more towards behavior, right? Like just because you know that something is good or bad, that don't really mean anything if you're going to do something that doesn't align with your best interest. And I find a lot of people do that. I used to do it too. I'm not even on the front. Like I don't know. It's somewhat embarrassing, but I'm glad that it happened because I needed to learn. So I went through, I think 4 years ago or I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years. I don't know. Time is hard for me, but I went through $800,000 worth of cars. Now, did I need those? No, not at all. Looking back, would I do it again? Yeah. Yes, I would still do it again because it was a learning experience for me. It taught me that the material stuff that I was chasing that, I thought I needed, that my grandpa would always tell me that I didn't need, I thought I needed it. And it's like, I had to learn that, you get the thing and you get over it. So yeah, like maybe focus on behaviors. Don't focus on knowledge. Right. So if you are, struggling now, especially if you just graduated, like I'm gonna be honest, it took me a while to get to where I'm at. I'm 34 now. Let's just say, it took me from when I graduated to 27, I think 27 or 28. I forget how old I was. It took me that long to like get to kind of where I'm at now. And you may be like, oh, that's not that long. But like one thing that you probably don't know is that I started working. Like I got a job. My first job was when I was 14. full-time job. So like I've been working for longer than most people. And when I was in college, I worked part-time, like literally every year. And so I was working all through college. So yeah, plus I did the music thing. So I was doing that before, before college. So I've always been working. So you may be like, oh, that's not that long, but like it feels long to me because when I first started working, I remember what I was making. I was making $5.15 an hour. My first paycheck was $384 for 2 weeks worth of work. And I still got taxed. I still have to pay taxes. That was my lesson. It was a strong lesson. I remember asking, I'm like, how come we have to pay? And I say we as in like people who look like me. I'm like, why do we have to pay taxes? Didn't we like give enough to this country? Oh man. Anyway, let's do this video.
We got big housing construction companies offering insanely low mortgages. Like this Utah builder is literally offering you free mortgage payments, 0% interest rates, but they're refusing to cut the price because they know that buyers will much rather get low mortgage payments, lower interest rates than look at the...
That right there. This is a trap. And I noticed this, and I guess this is going to be a side story time. It's related to cars, and fortunately it didn't affect me. But it's something that I learned that a lot of people got with. When I was buying a lot of my cars, the first thing the salespeople will do is, how much do you want to pay a month? So like, what are you expecting your monthly payment to be? If you ever go anywhere looking at what the monthly cost is, you are doing it wrong. I don't look at anything as a monthly expense. Everything I annualize. If it's a car, I'm looking at what the total cost is. I don't really care about what the monthly is. So let's say, for instance, my motorcycle. I actually know this because I was just looking at it because I was, I don't know why I was looking at it. I was just looking at it because I got my title recently, like a few months ago. I was looking at it. I think that motorcycle MSRP was $24,000 and some change. And I did finance it. But during this time, financing was cheap. I got a 2% interest rate. So, which is actually pretty insane on a motorcycle for this kind of bike, at least. So I got a 2% interest rate. My finance charge, like the total cost for me to finance that was like, I think it was like $4,000 or something like that. So it cost me $4,000 about here or there. At least that's what it would have cost. It would have cost me that to finance that for the loan term, which was 60 months. Or was it 48? I don't remember how many months it was. So I don't worry. I pay off all my stuff faster than that. So, so this bike, when I went to the dealership, the first thing they ask is, well, what do you want your monthly payment to be? And I noticed that this is a tactic that a lot of salespeople do. And that's how they get you. If you're looking at whether or not you can afford something based on how much it is per month, that means that you cannot afford it. And you may think that you need it, but you should probably go without it or find an alternative. You should never make a purchase decision based off of monthly payment. You should only make it based off of how much money is going to leave your account at the end of the day. Or if it's something where it's like more of a consumption thing, like a consumable or something like an apartment or something like this, annualize it. You shouldn't be like, oh yeah, it's this much per month. You should be like, all right, well, what is it per year? What I do is, I don't really have to do it. I've been living here for 5 years now, or I've had a unit here for 5 years, so I don't have to really think about it anymore. But when I was looking for places, it was very important to me that wherever I lived, it could not be more than 20% of my take-home pay. Take-home is very different than what I net, because I have things that go to different accounts. So my take-home is like what I consider that goes into my main checking account that I pay for most of my bills with. And from that account, 20% is the max. And I'm dead ass serious. Like, let's say, for instance, if, God forbid, all of my other things that I got going on, like if those things take a hit and this becomes 25% or 30% of my take home, I probably won't stay here. I'll leave. I just don't want it. Like, I'll find somewhere else. I think I do best between 15 and 20% because I like to feel like I'm not tied down or held back by finances. And yeah, I know you all are probably seeing where I am now, but like I don't want you to think that this has been my entire life. There was a point when after I had just graduated, I was living in Section 8 housing after my then girlfriend left. I went from living in my high rise downtown, and I was like, you know what? Like it's just me, and because I don't have to worry about like making sure I'm gonna go somewhere cheap. So that's kind of where I started this whole. I'm only going to be willing to spend 20% of my income. Fortunately, at this place, it was only like 15% of my income. My rent was $660 a month. Can y'all believe that? I know y'all would kill to pay. Well, I don't know. Maybe if you're not living in Houston, your rent might be that. But back then, I was paying $660 a month, and I was making $80K a year. I'm like, why the hell would I pay money? So I think I won, right? I went from paying $1,400. Obviously I had, she was paying half, but it's like I went from paying $1,400 to $660. I was living it up. It's like I'm like rich now. I'm like I have so much money now. I don't have to like blow it on her, and now that I don't have to pay for this expensive ass apartment, I'm just over here in this like little. It was a nice place actually. The only bad thing about the place is that it was old, and my motorcycle got stolen from there. My second motorcycle. So,
price cuts, and on top of that, the builders themselves, they make way more money than this because they could negotiate hundreds of houses with banks. They could get a lower interest rates, and then they could pass those savings to the buyers. But at the same time, the builders don't really have to cut the property values, which is pretty nice. So it's a win-win for everyone, kind of, but it's a super win for the builders because they get a lot of people coming in who want these low mortgage payments, low interest rates. At the same time, they're going to keep prices as high as possible. Look at this. More builders are offering crazy new incentives. Even one builder is saying that they're going to offer free mortgage payments for 6 months.
That's a trap. Anybody who takes that, it's likely that they did not build a model to understand how much money they are really going to be paying. When it's all said and done, let's say, for instance, you buy a house. Well, it's different now. The interest rates are so high. But in the past, if you took out a $500,000 loan, it was very likely that if you pay off that loan, you will have paid over $1 million. Anybody who understands this stuff and like knows how this works, they know this. You really think that I'm going to turn down potentially $500,000 in profit if like all I have to do is pay you $24,000 or something ridiculous? To me, that's a win. That's a finesse. It's like I'm going to save you $24,000, but it's presented as saving. It's presented as saving you $24,000. But in reality, like the builders are making so much, it's negligible to them. And I mean, I'm not anti-builder. I actually love builders. I have a lot of friends who are builders, and I actually love them. But it's something to keep in mind that when you're looking at stuff like this and people are offering you free stuff, you should really question, why are they offering you this thing for free? That's a hint that it's probably not, and that's a signal for you to go and do the math to figure out what are you really getting. I did that here too. When I first moved here a long time ago, I got concessions, and they're like, oh, it's going to be this. They gave it to me in months. They're like, oh, like we're going to cover like 3 months or some BS or something like that. And I'm like, because I'm not stupid, I actually did the math, and I'm just like, they over here trying to make me feel a certain. I'm just like, how do you say it? Like, if you buying $1 million condo, do you care if the person selling it to you is going to give you a $30,000 discount? By the way, this wasn't a $30,000 discount. It was less than that. It amounted to 15 and some change. Like, do you really care at the end of the day? If you're paying, like, seriously, if you're paying for $1 million property and they're like, we're going to give you some months free, and then most people, they're just going to hear some months free. They're not going to think about, well, what's the value of those months? And they're also probably not going to ask, when does the loan start? is it accruing interest over those months? Or are they paying the principal and the interest over those months? It's all kinds of things that I would be asking. And I wouldn't just be like, oh, yeah, let's buy this house. It's like, nah, like you over here offering me something for free. And my grandpa told me that ain't nothing in this world for free. So somebody's lying, and I don't think it was him. Anytime I see free anything, alarm bells start going off in my mind. It's just like, nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe in free stuff. The only free thing I believe in is speech. That's about it. Everything else has a cost. Well, hell, even freedom has a cost. I'm not even going front.
Okay, it's not forever, but it's better than nothing. And you're also seeing a lot of builders that are offering crazy low interest rates. Like we're talking about 4%, 5%, 6%, which is incredibly good in this crazy market. And look at what people are talking about on Reddit. The Economist recently ran an article suggesting.
So I'm curious though. Let's say, for instance, you fell for this deal and they're like, and you get this place. Well, what happens if the price of homes go down? Generally, you need to put 20% down. If you don't put 20% down, you're going to pay PMI. And also you're paying more in interest. So I would be curious to know, if the value of those houses go down, will the bank then step in and say, you all need to put more money so that you aren't over leveraged, or else we'll foreclose? I don't actually know how that would work in this particular situation, but it's something I'm curious about. And it's something that I would be wary about, because again, ain't nothing in this world for free. Ain't nothing free. Nothing is free. This money's coming from somewhere, and if somebody's willing to pay that money, you best believe that they are making money somehow. These people are smart, and they're not out here to lose money. A lot of these companies, they can't exist losing money. Some of these are public. They can't lose money legally. I mean, they can, but like legally, the management team has to try their best to earn a profit, or else face the consequences.
How developers might be offering very low mortgage rates. And here's what's happening. This is nothing unusual. In fact, it has happened before. But essentially, big builders, when they build like 100, 200, 300 homes, they could actually go to a local lender, because there's so many homes.
I know some of these local lenders too. They do get these packages. It's dope. This is something that I learned later in life, after, let's just call it my third phase of life. Something I learned in my third phase of life is that when you get to a certain point, a lot of things is negotiable. And when I say a lot of things, I mean almost everything. Almost everything, you can negotiate it. A lot of times the prices that most people pay, that's not the price of the thing. You'd be surprised how much you can get without having to pay for anything. It's kind of insane. And these builders, they do have a competitive advantage. I'm gonna be real, they have a competitive advantage because they are dealing with volume. They are able to go to the bank and negotiate lower rates, which is why I say, like, it's important to keep in mind everything is negotiable. At the end of the day, every decision that's made is made by a human. Now, you may not be that close to those humans, but if you are, you'll find that, a lot of this stuff is smoke and mirrors.
A whole entire pallet of water. It's so much cheaper than buying each individual bottle. So developers could offer mortgages that are a lot lower, right? Like this home builder here has.
Oh, I like what he's saying right here. So somebody pointed this out. I'm sorry, I'm reading while he's talking. I should probably be listening, but whatever. Right here, these discounts are a clever bit of financial engineering. This is what I was hinting at earlier, where I'm just like, you need to do the math. And I don't know if any of you deal with financial engineering. I don't do that, but I know enough about finance to understand how I can game it, because I am an engineer after all. And that's what we do. We look at things and we figure out how we can exploit it to meet our goals, or to meet our ends. Same thing in finance. That's why I'm like, man, there is something up with this. Nothing's free. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see. John Burns, a property consultant, notes that prepaying 6% of a mortgage up front and obtaining lower rates for the rest of his life works out as big savings for buyers as cutting home prices by 16%, but leaving them with higher rates. Another way of saying this is that instead of lowering the price of the home by 16%, that's what would entice me to buy. What they're instead doing is relying on most people's ignorance in doing this, where they're effectively using people's lack of understanding of how these things work and selling you the same price house, but they're just lowering the interest rate. At the end of the day, you still pay more money, which is the only reason why they do this. And I have some models that I built that maybe I can go through sometime where, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into that kind of stuff on this channel. Maybe I will. We'll see. Y'all got to tell me, y'all got to give direction, right? Like where y'all want to go. Start dropping comments in the videos and let me know where y'all want to go. Otherwise, it'll just be like random ass shit that I've been doing.
Fixed mortgage rate at 4.25%, incredibly well.
Oh, also, Casual Economist, given that you are I assume you did like finance. Are you like what do you call us? A CFA? Are you one of those? Or a fiduciary or anything? Or did you do like graduate did you do graduate like what do you call those things? An MBA type thing in finance? 'Cause I know some people, they do their MBA but they'll specialize in finance or something like that. I don't know if I do that. Not in finance. Economics. I see. Okay. So when did you get into, or when you say finance, did you do just undergrad finance? I'm trying to figure out how much, like, where are you at in that? Because if you are a little ahead of me, then maybe you should, you can hop on and we can go through finance stuff. Not your personal finances, but just talk about finance. But I don't know where you are. So just a little background. I'm not going to get too far into it. I do have some experience with finance from graduate school when I was going to graduate school. We'll leave it at that. I didn't do any of that in undergrad. I only did accounting and economics. And I don't know if I told this story here, but I did economics my senior year, the last semester of my last year. Had I did economics my freshman year, there's a strong possibility that I would have either majored in economics and computer science. I was going to double major no matter. Like I went in with the intent to double major. I ended up doing some minors, but I would have double majored in econ and computer science, which is, I actually enjoyed it a lot. But to be fair, I only took we had like two kinds of econ. We had like one econ that used calculus. That's the one I did. And then we had like some other one. I think they called it like business econ or something, which was just, I don't know what they did, but it seemed easier than mine. And I enjoyed it, but it was an undergrad class. So, they should be enjoyable in undergrad because they're trying to convince you that you should major in that. At least that's my take. I don't know if that's true.
Toll Brothers is another builder who's offering 4.99%. These are incredibly low rates in a time when rates are extremely high, which is causing a bunch of people to just piling on and just buy as many homes as possible. This is why new home sales are hitting a 17-month high, for example, in the Phoenix area, because these incentives are just so incredibly juicy. But here's the downside of this. You have so many people buying homes because of slightly lower rates, but then when rates actually get cut, you start seeing a lot of these builders wanting to sell their units. And guess what? You have the current guys who want to sell but refusing to sell because of high rates. And then you got the guys who get these decent rates and they're going to sell later on. So you're going to have a huge flood of new homes, new apartments, and new townhouses hitting the market.
We already have that happening here in Texas. I think that let's look. So we're looking at Austin. Actually, we're gonna look in Houston. I'm from Houston. I prefer to look at my city. I know a lot about Austin because I went to school in San Antonio, which is not far from Austin, and I live in Texas. Austin is only right here. It's not far. Here's Austin. It's like 2 hours. Yeah, when you start looking at these homes, come on, man, this is why I hate Zillow. It's so slow, and I'm not on my normal browser, so I have to create my own filters again, which is annoying. I'm looking for. I might have to go to HAR, or maybe let's see. There's something on here where it's like you can see how long it's been on the market or something like that. And again, I don't know it because here it is. It's right there. It's literally right here. We're going to look for anything that's been on the market for 6 months. That's a long time. All right, so let's look at a property. Let's look at, I only want to look at regular houses. No apartments. I guess a townhome is fine too. $1. Yeah, bullshit. If that's $1, man, I'll buy a few of them right now. Okay, so let's look at the area that I'm in. All right, so well, actually, no, let's not look in the area. Let's look in a better. Let's look in another area that would. Okay, yeah, this is cheaper area. Okay, so let's look at here. Let's see where we are. So you see here, price cut 5K. Let's see how many price cuts it's had. It may not be much. So it started out at 465 in August. Then a $15,000 price cut a month later. And then a $20,000 price cut a month later. Now a $5,000 price cut a month later. How much y'all want to bet that in 5 or 6 days, let's just say a week or two, that this same house is probably going to be sub 420? Casual. I'm not talking about right now. I'm not talking about hopping on right now. I'm talking about like in the future. Not now, in the future. I'm surprised that you be watching these and you be out doing other stuff. That's interesting. You're much better than me. I struggle to watch anything even when I'm here. And it's hard for me to, it's just hard for me to do anything. I have a short attention span on things that don't fully engage me. I have to be fully engaged. So if it's something that doesn't require all of my attention, it gets none of it or very little of it. It's not great, but I can't help it. Let's see here. I think most of these should have price cuts at this point. Maybe this one hasn't had them yet. Nah. Well, wait. Oh, hell. Wait, no, that's not it. Listing for sale. Oh, okay. This is weird. I thought I said that I only want to see houses that have been on the market for over 6 months. Why is it? Okay. Fine. Zillow's search thing isn't working, seems like. Here's another house. Does this have any price cuts? Price change. So we went from $900,000. Let's just agree that this is $900,000. $30,000 not pay cut. I'm sorry. A $30,000 price cut. Last month. Oh wait, no, this is this month. Earlier this month, a couple weeks ago. Look at that difference from 70 to 15. Man, this is tough. Housing prices are going down. I'm here for it. Maybe I can finally, get a house for me to live in. I've been wanting a house to live in lately because where I live at now, it's like there are people who I don't know. It's not. I need to leave. I like this kind of. I don't know. Nah, never mind. I don't like this. I wouldn't pay that. I wouldn't pay for this. It's weird for me to have a house that my view is of someone else's house. I don't think I can do that. Maybe I'll just stay where I'm at. I'll stay put. We'll stay where I'm at. Yeah, anyway, let's go back to the video.
Next summer, when rates are getting cut, that's where most economists are guessing where the next rate cut is. Unemployment is rising up. Inflation.
Why do economists keep thinking that there's going to be a rate cut? And why do people keep quoting it as if economists know this? I don't know if you all know this, but the way that rates are set is by the Fed. There are a group of people who come together and they decide whether or not they decide what the interest rates are going to be. The Fed does this. There is no people over here guessing, at the end of the day, it's their decision whether or not they're going to do it. And even though it will be painful, I think that interest rates probably need to go up still. Like, or maybe if they don't stay up, maybe they just need to stay where they are all of next year. Maybe. And I know it's not great, but the alternative is we continue this inflationary environment that we're in, and we experience hyperinflation, which is not great. And it's possible for that to happen, especially when you start to consider that we have some geopolitical events happening where certain countries that hold a large number of our bonds may use that to make sure. And I'm not, honestly, I wouldn't be against it. Not because I want them to do it, just because I understand why they are doing it. Where it's just like, it's not China. So if y'all are thinking it's China, it's not China. It's another country that's incredibly important to our economy, but a lot of people don't realize just how important it is.
It truly is going down pretty well. The numbers don't lie, and the Feds are becoming more bullish overall. The stock market is crazy. It's almost at all-time high prices. And guess what? We're going to be seeing rate cuts pretty soon. You also have a presidential election. Obviously, hey, that is going to be a pretty wild time.
Yeah, this idea that we're going to see rate cuts pretty soon, this tells me that this person must be young. Let's look at what interest rates have been in our country historically. Come on now. All right, so that doesn't work. Maybe this. I just need the graph. Okay. I wish that we can get an average here. Maybe I should have went to the actual data so we can calculate an average. But pay attention. Notice where our interest rates have not been. This is where most of the people who are likely talking about this stuff grew up. When I say grew up, I'm not saying born. I mean like they became old enough to understand how some of the things in our economy works. This is right after the, the housing crisis. And you see here, interest rates have been zero since. They ticked up a little bit, but then they went back to zero. And now they are up here. But if you look at this, historically, our interest rates average about where they are right now. Fun fact. So this idea that we're going to see a rate cut, it's like, why? Why would we? Why should we expect a rate to be cut? Like, what got into people's head that money should be free and that you should just be able to go and get out a loan with no interest? Nah, we are in debt as a nation. We have to pay it back. And that's how we pay back our debts, is with interest. And we also have to pay back interest. And that's what that interest rate is. All right, well, let's keep going.
We're going to be seeing some rate cuts and much bigger housing price increases. But this is really troublesome. Like I said before, this is just going to lure in even more buyers, right? A lot more buyers are looking to do real estate investing or just buy their new home. People are buying these new construction communities like they're buying cheeseburgers at McDonald's. It's nonstop. And what I'm worried about is one day, when rates are low enough, everyone just starts selling, prices go down. Everyone right now is saying that rate cuts will cause prices to go up for housing, but there's already some people coming out saying that rate cuts may cause a lot more people to sell and prices will go down. But let's see what happens. Because there's also news articles like these where the U.S. mortgage application is plunging to the lowest since 1995. But for new construction homes, it is at an all-time high. But for secondhand homes, offices, apartments, multifamily units that are not new construction, that are not from big builders, are at an all-time low. So we are in a very interesting situation here. And look at the housing construction boom. It is crazy.
That is insane. This is insane. I'm here for it though. If it means that housing is cheaper and more people can get into a house, I guess that's fine. I will say that I don't buy into this idea that the American dream should be to buy a house. I think that that's I think that that's propaganda sold to most people so that they could forever be in debt. Just real talk. Especially when you consider that a lot of people don't even stay in the house. Like, it'd be different if you bought the house and you paid it off and that's where you live for the rest of life, but that's not most people.
Housing construction boom is at a 13-month high. Construction of new homes hit 1.6 million in May, the highest since 1.8 million recorded in April 2022.
April 2022, that's when the price of everything was expensive. You remember what was that? When lumber was up? Lumber is now cheap now. Well, it's not cheap, but it's at historical average prices, which is good.
2. Look at this massive spike. This is not normal, guys. The amount of new homes for sale is on the rise. The amount of new apartments being built for rent is on the rise. Check out poor Oakland here. Oakland constructed so many apartments that rents plunged 7.2% within just a few months.
That's insane.
Of these buildings being complete. So I guess this is good news for a lot of you guys who are trying to get cheaper rents, because some of the biggest cities in the U.S. are actually offering.
Is it time to move to Oakland? Who's moving to Oakland? Rents are cheaper now, 7% cheaper. I don't know what rents in Oakland cost, but I'm going to assume that they are about $4,000. So let's say it's $4,000 a month. So that's 48,000. 48,000, and then half of that is 4.8, and then no, that's 10%. Then half of that is like 2,004. Yeah. So you're only, I mean, I guess that's a decent amount of money. Let me actually do that math because I don't trust my math right now. Oh yeah, I was close. 3,360 from 4,000. Yeah, I was close enough. Not really. Yeah, I was close. I undercut it. I was at 24 something. Yeah, it's 33. So this is why I say annualize everything, right? It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that, oh yeah, 7%. It's good. 7.2%. Let's be accurate. 7.2%. If you annualize it, it shows you what you're saving. So you go from $48,000 to about $44,000 and some change, which is great. I mean, that's something, right? That's something. If you annualize that, that's an extra, I don't know, $300 a month or something like that. $200, $300 a month.
Incentives. Rentals and landlords are offering, really good concessions like 2 months free rent if you do the lease again. We're seeing every single home for rent, apartment, whatever, all the rentals on the market, 33% of them offer some sort of concession, just to lure in people. Landlords are facing some of the biggest vacancies, and right now there seems to be a massive overbuilding, a massive supply going on.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of completions get delivered next year. I think summer is gonna be interesting next year. I think because at least in Texas, we have a lot of new neighborhoods popping up in Houston, especially. It only takes 3 to 4 months to build these houses. During the winter, it may be a little bit slower depending on weather, but 3 to 4 months is not, that's not atypical to finish a house here, which is why I say next summer is going to be interesting because in 3 to 4 months is March, April, and summer starts, I think, in June. So I know a lot of folks, they may start looking, but they won't want to move or anything until the summer when their kids are out of school. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Are rents going to continue to go down? I would like to see that. So if rents go down an additional 7% from where they are now, or an additional 10% from where they are now, that's only good. That means more people can afford a place to stay. I don't think that a place to stay should be that much. And honestly, that's what most people spend their money on. It's a place to stay. So yeah, hopefully these inflated prices go away. And I think banning Airbnb is helpful. Not banning it entirely, but banning it in the sense that you can't operate an Airbnb from a house that you don't live in. So this is something that I agree with what New York is doing. And I hope that they do that here because I think that, I think that there are few people here who rent their place on Airbnb, and I hate it because it's nothing worse than living in a place like where I live, and then you have some investor or whatever who will buy a place, and then they'll rent it out to people who would not be able to live here. I'll say it that way. And to have strangers in my building who who under any other circumstance couldn't even be in the neighborhood. Like, I don't enjoy it. So I'm for one, I would welcome a ban of Airbnb for places that you don't live in. Obviously, if somebody lives here and they're living in their units and they want to host Airbnb, fine, sure, that's different. But as it is right now, I would be happy if that was banned here in Houston.
Being very interesting homes like micro houses, micro apartments, which are being built to accommodate for the middle class. And I feel like the American dream.
Middle class. I love how, man, that's the biggest gaslight when people tell you that you're middle class. Hey, come live in this shoebox. This is what middle class people can live in. Like, so I guess now poor is homeless and middle class is you live in a box. So yeah, how did we get to where we are in our country where your average American can't afford to live in the average house or average apartment? And I mean that. I feel that. If we rewind my clock 8 years, 10 years, there was an apartment, a luxury apartment that I really wanted. It was a 2-bedroom. Back in those days, it was I couldn't dream of spending this much money on an apartment. Let me tell you what it was. I forgot the name of the apartment, but it was 1,500 square feet, marble, wood, stainless steel appliances, all new, like walk-in closets, 2-bedroom, like spa type stuff. Like, it was dope. $1,500. I come back to Houston because I was going to school in San Antonio. I come back to Houston 3 years later. That same unit, $2,700. I wouldn't be surprised if I went and looked at it and they're talking about $3,000 for that same unit. Hell, even here, the price of everything has gone up. Everything. I think there's some new houses that were just built, just literally right down the street. It's a 1-minute walk. It's literally, I walk downstairs, it's right there. Let me show what these are. They are insane. And I'm just like, 5-10 years ago, I couldn't imagine saying, yeah, like there's going to be houses here that cost this amount of money. And when you see where they are, you'll be like, what the hell? Like, and I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. Let's go to where these houses are. Are they even here? I don't see it. Oh, I'm tripping. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Now, when you first see it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, nice house, whatever. Yeah, sure, there's okay. But when you see where it is, like what's in front of it, you'll be like, what the fuck? Like, people are spending $1.5 million for this. Obviously, I mean, this is Houston, right? Like, just keep that in mind. Our housing is a little bit more affordable if you're curious about it. But like, they're charging 1.5 for this. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, this would have been, I don't know, like 500,000, maybe 600,000, maybe. Insane. 1.4. Well, it's a little less. This is a new construction though. Let me see if it has any price cuts. They finished it. They completed it a while ago. I love how, man. Yeah. So you see here that this was the improvements that they did. Let's see. They listed it for sale. They removed it. I see what they're doing. They put it up and then they remove it. I wonder if this is a hack. What do I mean by that? If you keep a listing, does Zillow, like, let's say if you don't remove it, will Zillow show it to you as being on the market for 6 months? I think that may be what's happening here, where they listed it for sale. It didn't sell. You see here, they listed this for sale in February this year. It's going to be a year in a few months, in 3 months. It's going to be a year. They removed it 3 months later. 2 days later, they relisted it for the same price. 4 months later, they removed it. A few days later, listed it for the same price. I think that what they're doing is trying to make it seem like this hasn't been on the market for almost a year. And obviously, and I don't know if this is obvious to you, but it's obvious to me. If I'm saying that this house isn't worth this price, and it's been online for this many, like for this long, it's been on Zillow for more than 78 days, as we've just seen. This means that everyone else agrees with me that this house is not worth this price. The most I'd ever pay for this is $800,000. And that's just because of the area that it's in. That's it. Even then, like, that's still, oh, it's got an HOA? Nah, fuck that. I wouldn't even, nah, never mind. I don't do HOAs. I'm good. Let's move on. We're going to go ahead and move on from this video. I think we got the point.
I'm Dr. Orion Parabin.
So I guess I want to go through this one later. I want to go through this because I'm sick of being grifted to right now. Like, our government is saying that inflation is not bad and that the economy is doing well. And while, you know, most of the folks who I know, yeah, we're all fine, there's a lot of people who aren't. And it's very obvious that things are not going well, even for me. Because when I go to the stores and I see more and more homeless people, interestingly, I saw, like, I was with one of my neighbors. We went to get tea. In fact, I need to see if he wants to go get tea in a little bit. We went to go get tea in the parking lot with Costco. And we saw something that we haven't saw ever in our area, like where we live. Like, Costco's right down the street. We saw homeless people in the parking lot. In fact, I've noticed that over the past 5 years, there's been an increase of homeless people around where I live. So when I'm out walking my dog, like, now I got to worry about people now. Like, there's homeless people, crazy people too. We have migrants here too. Not a lot. I haven't seen a lot. I don't know where they are, but we have migrants here too. And there's something else that we got to worry about. It's a safety issue. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Let's watch the video.
Economy. There's a lot going on in the world, not only of inflation, of grocery prices, and all of that, but of course around the election, because how people feel about the economy is usually the single biggest determinant of how they will eventually end up voting and/or not voting. So for President Biden, the economy remains.
Did I link the other video? I'm sorry. Give me. I don't know if I linked the other video. Give me a second to check. Excuse me. I would love to be able to see the link. Why do they think I don't want to see the link? Okay, fine. I'll do this.
How's it going, guys? We gotta talk about the housing market because
okay,
home
let's see.
builders are going nuts.
Did we get LG? Yeah. All right, cool. So I gotta post this one here in the chat. For what it's worth, I'm doing this so that I can take notes. No, y'all don't have to look at it. Don't worry about it. All right.
A problem. What have they done for that? Have they instituted policies or spent a lot of time talking and thinking about it? No. Instead, there is a new, it seems, effort. Let's put this up there on the screen. Actually reported by our friend Jeff Stein.
Can y'all believe this? I'm going to read it. The viral $16 McDonald's meal that may explain voter anger at Biden. All right, so let's read the little snippet. The White House official said the administration is working with TikTok creators to tell positive stories of Biden's economic stewardship. I'll finish, but I have thoughts on that. While also working with social media platforms to counter misinformation. So, I read this in two ways. The first way, our government is compelling our speech. Number two, is that they're going to the companies, the same ones who lobby our government, who have more control over what we do than ourselves. they're also going to them and saying, hey, we need you to do this. And I'm pretty sure that they're doing that. So, like, this is what I like. This is when I see that people are saying, oh, the economy's doing well. It's like, is it? Because if I notice the price of things increasing, then I damn sure know everyone else does. My water, for instance, I used to be able to get a 40 pack of water for under $4. I think it was like $3.60 or something like that. Now that same thing is $5.50. There was a point when I can go to the grocery store and I don't know, spend like $100, $150 on groceries. Now when I go to the grocery store, I'm spending $300, $400, and I'm not walking out with a bunch of shit. I'm not walking. It's not like I'm, just going and just getting everything. It's like, it's crazy. Another one, like at Costco, it's not only price increases, but shrinkflation happening. Used to be able to get a package of those, the chicken thighs in a little package, whatever. Those used to be sub $25 and you would get like 6 packs of them. Now they are $34 and you get 3 packs of them. So I don't understand what people are saying. Oh yeah, like things are doing well. What's up, Kevin Hoffman? How you doing? What you mean not here? What's going on? Where are you at? Where are you based? Oh, you say, I see. You say you hurting on Social Security. Heat is double, gas is double, food is double, and the dollars. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I don't see what the people in our government are seeing, where they're like, everything is doing well. Actually, I do. I understand I understand why they're saying that. I'll give you a little bit of context as someone who exists on both sides. A lot of their wealth or money, I would say money, it's not money. They don't have money. I'll call it wealth. A lot of their wealth is tied up in assets, whether that be equity in companies or in houses or in whatever. It's assets. The price of assets have gone up because asset prices tend to correlate with inflation. So as inflation increases, so does the price of assets. So if you own assets, you're generally shielded from inflation. So I think that's why a lot of folks in our government are saying, oh yeah, everything's fine. And the folks who, are basically the government lapdogs, the media, they are living in a, they live the lifestyle a little bit different. I'll say that they live a little bit different of a lifestyle. They make a little bit more money. I think a news anchor would make over $250,000 easily a year. I would be surprised if they're making just $250,000. I would expect to be paid $500,000 minimum if I were doing a news anchor job. Just considering like all of the skills that are required to do it. I know it's something that a lot of people think they can do. It's just how hard can it be? All you got to do is talk into a camera, but it's a little bit more. So you say you have you got properties and investments, but you don't sell. I mean, I think that's how it should be, right? If you have investments, I have things too, and to be honest, I don't even consider that as part of my financial picture anymore. I decided a while ago, like 5 or 6 years ago, that I would stop caring and stop worrying about those things, and instead just continue, basically just put it on, just go on autopilot. Every month, the same shit happens. Like I don't even have to think about it anymore. I used to do everything manually. Now, I do these, what do you call those? You can set up in your bank where you can do these automatic transfers and all this kind of stuff. So like all of the stuff, like it's all automated now. I don't worry about it. Money just gets saved. And like I don't spend money. I don't think about it. And I don't care if the price of things like assets are going up or down. I'm still buying because it's budgeted. Like that's how I budget my money. So yeah, let's go through because this is an interesting story.
Where in response to a viral $16 McDonald's meal that is explaining voter anger at Biden, they say a White House official says the administration is now working with TikTok creators.
They need to be working with someone else because TikTok creators aren't the reason why McDonald's is costing $16. I don't eat at McDonald's. I didn't know it was that much. I haven't been to McDonald's. Actually, that's a lie. I went to McDonald's once in the last 5 years when I was in Frankfurt, Germany. when I was in the airport after I had just come off of a flight and I got an order of fries. I don't remember what it cost. It was in euros. I don't know. I got some fries, but I don't think it was $16. It may not have even been that expensive. I don't remember. It was, who knows? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, yo, what's up, Kevin? Oh, you're on Twitch. Okay. Yeah, by the way, the Twitch experience is probably better. Like there's so many cool things we could do on Twitch that we can't do on YouTube for whatever reason, but I'm focusing on YouTube growth, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the follow. It does help me there, and I hope to earn your viewership in the future. Let's keep going through this video.
To tell positive stories of Biden's economic stewardship while also working with the social media platform.
Oh wait, before I finish, Kevin, I do want to state that this is not the type of content I generally do. So like, please don't be upset when you see a bunch of coding. That's actually, I do a lot of programming stuff, or if I'm talking about technology, or if I'm doing like other stuff. I'm trying to do a better mix of content. So it's going to be a mix of educational, of me doing my co-working stuff, of me building stuff, along with me doing this type of stuff, current events, news, as well as cultural stuff. So that goes for anyone else who's watching. If you're into that and you want to follow someone who's not going to just be doing a particular type of content, then I'm the person. If not, then, yeah. I don't think I'm going to split this channel. I know that's recommended, but yeah, it's hard enough for me to manage one, and I'm not going to do it. So I hope that y'all are okay with seeing all the different types of content. I think I'm a pretty special human. I have a lot of different interests, and I'm not going to just box myself into one thing. But I do like this because it's fun to kind of talk about this. So if y'all have thoughts, please chime in. And I see 10-piece nuggets is 10. Wait, seriously? Wait, are you seriously? A 10 piece is $10? Wait. I don't know. Wait, what? McDonald's. Do they have a they have a menu? Let's see. 10-piece nugget. I got to put Houston because that's where I live. Like if you're in New York, maybe, sure. Watch, they don't even put the price. They won't even put the price. They're ashamed. What I've noticed is that it's only the expensive restaurants that don't put their price up. So what do you think this is saying? Is there only expensive places and they're like, nah, we're not going to put the price. It's like when you're looking at a car and the price is call us. It's like, okay, all right, well, I know that I don't need to call you. If you're not willing, I don't like wasting my time. They're going to try to. That happened to me once, actually, when I, that's a lot. I was looking for a Ducati V4S, and I had made a deal. Hell, maybe it could be still for sale. Let me see. Ducati V4S Arizona for sale. Or maybe I should just check my email because, oh, no, this could be it right here. Let's see if they still have it. Come on. It was basically like false advertising. Let me see if I can find that bike. We'll say V4S. And I'll know it when I see it because it's a one-of-one, essentially. It had the magnesium wheel. It had all of the things that I would have done, except I wouldn't have to do it myself, which is even better because I don't like having to deal with anything. Not anymore. See if we can find this super. Wait, what? Oh, Street Fighter. I'm like, what is the name of this bike? I forgot. See if we can find it. If it's still for sale, man, they almost got me because I'm a well qualified buyer, and they were super excited, and they listed the bike for sale for like $27,000, which I was like, all right, that's fine. However, when I actually called them, the price somehow was $42,000. I was like, nah, I can't find it. So maybe it's not up. Maybe they sold it to someone else. So someone says, Casual says nuggets aren't that expensive here. I'm about to see what they are here. So oh wow, nah, bro, like, wow, a 10-piece nugget meal is $12.69. Fries are $4.79. What the fuck? All right, that's insane. Let's see what the 10-piece. Okay, so 10-piece by itself is $7.50 here in Houston. However, we have to pay sales tax in Texas. Like I know people think we don't pay taxes here. We have taxes. So we're gonna put this in tax rate terms. So it's $8.10, $8.11, $8.10. That's a lot of money. $8.10. $80. That's almost $1 a nugget. You know what, casual economists, like if like I'm gonna be real, like at least with this, I would round this up to 10. I would be like, yeah, that's basically $10. What did they used to cost? I'm sorry, like I said, I don't eat McDonald's, but what did they used to cost? I know, well, I don't know, but I thought that fries were cheaper than this. This is a lot. $4.79. What's a medium-sized fry look like? Is that a lot? I don't even know what the shapes of the boxes look. When I got my fries when I was in Frankfurt, I got the small one, and small in Europe is really small. It was the one in a little small paper bag, so it wasn't a lot. So I don't actually know what a fry looks like from McDonald's. Is that a lot? $6 on a nugget. Well, yeah. See, like I'm looking at the meal. So yeah, a meal is $12.69, $13. That's $13 and some change. That's a lot from McDonald's. Man, yeah, that's insane. I will admit that I might be a little bit sheltered. I've sheltered myself, so I don't mind saying it. But yeah, I don't deal with gas. I have I forgot. I do have. I have a motor. I need to ride it. I actually need to ride it. Fit like literally because it's a mechanical device. I'll probably do that this weekend. Cause I haven't ridden it in months. I was about to say like I don't even know what gas costs because I don't use gas. I sold all of my vehicles last year and the year before. It took me about 2 years to sell everything. And I went carless for a long while, for like 6 months. And then I ended up getting a Tesla. So I don't know what the price of anything is. And like here in my building, charging's free. So I don't even pay for electricity. It's all free. So yeah, I don't even know what electricity costs. Actually, well, yeah. I mean, I pay for my own lights here, but it's on auto pay. It's part of the budget. I don't worry about it. That's what I mean by like I built my own shelter. Like I don't mind saying that it's fine. I've spent years getting this just right so I can just exist without having help. And it's not like I don't want help. It's just that the person who I wanted, decided to leave. So it was up to me. So I decided to automate as much as possible and to only worry about things that I feel are important, which means that a lot of stuff just goes unnoticed, including my water bill. Apparently I pay water. I think I have hot water and I have lights, and apparently I pay that. I have internet. Someone asked what I had while I was paying for internet. I had to go and check. It was less than him. I was happy to say that. I was like, I'm only paying like $100 for my internet. I was like, yes, I'm winning. If you don't understand why I think I'm winning, let me show you. We go to fast.com. So I'm paying less than $100. And right now, like this is not, I think it's low because of what's happening right now. But I generally get a gigabit up and a gigabit down consistently. Obviously right now it's not going to do it, but fine. It's all right. I'm streaming. That's my excuse. I'm streaming. I'm doing stuff. My computer's doing stuff in the background. So yeah, with given all that, I'm just like, yeah, I'm chilling. Yeah, it hits my 1 gig upload, I guess. But as you can see, I get pretty decent speed. So for me to only be paying $100 or less than $100, I'm winning. Especially when you consider that my life exists on the internet. And I don't mean that from what you're watching, the stream that we're doing. I mean, like, I've been a remote employee for most of my career. I think I started working remote. Actually, no, I was on a remote team from 2012 to 2013, and then again from 2014 to 2016, and then I was on a 100% remote company from 2016 to basically now. Like I've been remote, so many things I'm just out of touch. I'm out of the loop. But yeah, that's insane. I didn't realize that things were that expensive at McDonald's. All right, let's go to the video. Let's see what our government has to say about our prices not being too expensive.
To quote, counter misinformation. And so anytime we see government working with social media platforms.
You hear that? You hear that, Kevin? Apparently it's misinformation. That's what you're doing. We're engaging in misinformation right now. The prices aren't too much. The prices are cheap. You know, like that was misinformation. I'm sorry. You know, the government, you're watching this. I'm sorry that I'm misinforming these people and lying to them and telling them that things are expensive when they really are cheap. No, maybe that's it. Yo, what's up? What's up, Reynold? Is it Reynold or Ronald or Ray? I'm gonna call you Ray. So you started working remote after. I think a lot of people started working remote after the pandemic. And as a long time remote worker, I can tell the people who don't really have experience working remote, it's a night and day difference. Communication ability is just different. But I mean, some people did, or some people can make that jump, I guess. But I find it's the writing. You know, with asynchronous work, a lot of people are on their own schedule, so you got to make sure that you over communicate. There's a lot of you have to be good with working in a high information environment. And I can't show you my Slack. Well, I mean, I have my own Slack too, but I can't show you these things. But if you were to see it, you would understand what I mean when I'm like communication level. If you see me and you see most others, it's like it's different. But what do you do? What kind of work are you doing? And do you enjoy working remote? Because I found that some people hate it. I was talking to my friend. We were going out to dinner the other day, and he's been working remote. He owns his company. That's the difference. Like, I mean, he's working remote. He says that he prefers working at home because he's the head of the company. So people are always coming to him and barging into his office. He hates it. So he's like, he feels more productive at home. But he was saying how it's harder for him to concentrate at home. And that like I don't know, that it's a struggle for him. And of course I don't get it because I'm me and I'm kind of weird where I prefer being at home alone, and I excel in my environment. But yeah, I'm just curious to know, like, what kind of stuff are you doing? For what it's worth, I'm in tech. I'll just say that I'm in tech. So I know that a lot of tech folks have been doing the remote thing for a little bit longer, especially if you were at a 100% remote company, like I was for a while. And yeah, do you like it? That's the other thing. Like, how long you been doing it? Do you like it? Do you want to keep doing it? Oh, you're DevOps. Okay, so you might like my channel. What I'm talking about right now is not what I usually talk about. I usually do tech stuff, but I'm trying to switch it up and kind of do a mix of things. So I'll be doing this and then tech stuff, and maybe I'm going to start doing videos. I think that's the only way I'll do it, is if I say it here and then put it out there, and then it's my word. So I have to do it at that point because my reputation is important to me. So I'm going to start doing videos. I'm not going to say how many though, because I don't want y'all holding me to that right now. But yeah, let's see if I can attempt to get through at least 5 minutes of this video. We're only a minute in. I feel like I'm terrible at this. I'm supposed to let it ride, right?
Counter misinformation. We of course have to ask what is misinformation, and it brings me back to Ken Klippenstein's report about the Department of Misinformation within the DHS, where they would try and label.
By the way, DHS is Department of Homeland Security, for anyone who's either not from here or just don't know or care.
Information stuff about COVID having microchips with criticism of the Afghan withdrawal. And you're like, well, hold on a second here. One of those may be misinformation. The other one is a legitimate political critique. And having watched now the viral TikTok with you, Crystal, what does the guy say? He goes, can you believe this? Here's my receipt of McDonald's.
Right.
Here's a...
I think I want to see this. Do they link to it? I really wish that they... Man, all right, well, fine. I guess we'll have to find it. So we'll say McDonald's... $16, maybe Google. Oh, I use DuckDuckGo here, so maybe this will work. Maybe this viral TikTok clip.
McDonald's. So I get there's a labor shortage. I get there's wage increases and a number of other things, but $16.
Wait. Don't you have to make your own order now? I remember seeing something somewhere about McDonald's, how they don't have cashiers or people working at the cash register anymore. You just go and like you touching on a button. I'm curious, how do y'all feel about that? Like, we are removing jobs, but the price of things continue to go up. How does that, like, help me understand how that makes sense? Because I was under the impression that, we wanted to automate things to lower the prices, but it seems like the opposite is happening, where we either keep the price the same and then they just make more profit because their costs have gone down, or they do both, where they increase their cost, not the cost, the price, and they still automate people out of existence. So now they make even more profit. It is insane that this costs this, but let's zoom in on this. I want to see, does this say the state? McDonald's restaurant number, Post Falls, Indiana. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, if this is California or New York, I would say maybe this is acceptable, considering the minimum wage is what it is. That's what happens. I don't know if y'all know this. This is just how it works. At the end of the day, prices are always passed to the consumer. So, just something to keep in mind. Well, no, that's a lie. It's not always. Price increases are always passed on to the consumers. Price decreases, we keep those. But increases, we make sure we pass those on to the consumer. That's how it works here. So if the minimum wage goes up, the cost of business goes up, which means the cost of your food goes up. And then I guess we go back into the circle of, the price of things went up. So people who now thought that they're making a lot more money, they realize that, now that you're making more money, things cost more money. So you end up being in the same position that you were, or even worse off, because now you're paying taxes. Like, for real. I think if you make over $24,000 a year, you're paying taxes. Let me go. Or maybe $12,000. Let's see. Federal tax rates. You'd think I know this, but I only care about my tax rate, so I don't really look at what the other ones are. Does it even say what the tax rates are? No, that doesn't say it. Federal tax. I literally put federal tax rates. Why is it showing me Texas? We don't have income tax. Maybe I should put income tax. By the way, if y'all don't know that we don't have income tax here in Texas, we don't have income tax here in Texas. This is awesome. All right. It's still, why does it keep telling me Texas? All right, well, this may be it. I'm not really concerned about the bracket. I'm concerned about, okay, so if you make over $11,000, never mind. It's less than I thought. I thought that you had to make over $24,000 before you pay taxes, but turns out that's wrong. Oh, no, maybe that's not, because you get a refund, right? People get refunds. Premium Ford just said the math ain't mathin'. Whose math? My math? If it's not, I'm sorry. I'm doing it all in my head. I'm not actually doing math for real. We say most are hybrid in mini McDonald's. You mean like a mix of worker or like cashier people in the touch screen things? Yeah. So if you're making $16.50, let's annualize this. So if you're making $16.50, chances are, if you're we'll annualize it, assuming you're working 40 hours a week, which is a lot. If you are working at these types of companies, they will not bring you on full time, because then they have to give you benefits. So, you're entitled to benefits at that point. So they don't want to do that. So let's knock this down. Let's do what they all do. I know what they do because I used to work for these types of companies when I was younger. Let's put this down to 36. That way they don't have to pay you full time. So now you're going to make that right there a week, $594, and then we'll annualize this. So that's 38. Yeah. So yeah, $30,000. And that would put you here in this tax bracket. So you're going to pay your 10% on your original $11,000. Anything of excess of that, so it's going to be about $20,000. You're going to pay $12,000 or 12% on that, which I think is about $3,000, $4,000, something like that. So about $4,000 or $5,000 total on your 30. So your take home would be about $24,000, I think, if I'm not mistaken. someone will have to go and figure out if that math is math. And I, sorry, I can't figure it out right now. I don't want to pull up a calculator, even though all it takes is to do that. I don't want to do it. I'm lazy. Let's see here. Wait, what? He had a spec sandwich, but food is up. Heating oil is almost double, and that will cost me $1,200 extra this year. Oh, you know what else is going up? Insurance. Insurance is going up. Now, part of this, I'm not sure, because after my truck was stolen last year, and I don't know, the insurance company, I don't know why they didn't do this, but they didn't put me on a no car policy. What they did was, a few months ago, they backdated the cancellation to when my truck was stolen, so that when I tried to get a new policy for my then car, I had a BMW M5 competition that I was going to pick up. Yeah, when I got my quote, they're like, oh, the quote that we quoted you, which was supposed to be $150 a month, it turned into being $530 a month for insurance. No. That was for another car. I'm sorry. It turned out to be $385 a month. I was lying. I'm sorry. $380, but that's still too much a month. So I quickly said, nah, fuck that. I'm not doing that. And yeah. So now I got the Tesla, but the reason why I'm saying that I think that insurance is still up is because I pay a lot on the Tesla insurance. I have a high driver score. I'm 95, and I pay $140 a month for full coverage insurance, with like all of the things, which is expensive to me considering like some of the vehicles that I've had. I wasn't paying that. Like when I had my, let's just say I wasn't paying that, but the previous vehicles. If you're, just go to you can follow me on Instagram. You can follow me there. And if you are curious to know the kind of life, you can just go there. I don't know if I'm going to broadcast that here. Let's keep going. What we were going through.
Burger, a soda, and some fries that cost me $16. Where is the misinformation in that?
Right.
Nothing. And in fact, I see these sometimes too, just because I guess this is where my mind goes, around like egg prices in the grocery store. That's not misinformation. And when people make reels or
How much are eggs? How much are eggs? We'll go to, wait, what? Central Market. Actually, well, H-E-B. I think most people in Texas would probably shop at H-E-B. We'll look at both. There's like two H-E-Bs. There's like this H-E-B, and then there's the one where I'm at. So let's see what eggs are. All right, so it's just a lot. It's $2.68 for a 12 count of large eggs. Is that a lot? And I'm asking, I'm asking you all because, like, seriously, like, I don't know, like, it's $2.68 a lot for eggs. I don't really eat eggs that much, so forgive me for not knowing. 3 to 6. Okay, well, here in Texas, here at H-E-B, you can get them for under 3. This one, so this Central Market, what you see here, this is the other H-E-B. That's the one that, like, I shop at Central Market. So that's why I was like, let me go to like regular H-E-B to see what they cost. So you can get a 30 count of eggs from H-E-B for $7.47. I don't think that's that bad. Let me see what Central Market is. Wait, what? Yep, this one. All right. Actually no, it's not bad. The cheapest one is $2.87. Okay, all right, yeah, okay, all right. I'm glad to know. I wasn't sure because I didn't know what eggs were before. I don't know what milk cost either, and it's not because like that Tyler Perry movie. It's not because of that. I don't drink. I'm lactose intolerant, so yeah, I don't know the price of like milk or cheese or any of that kind of crap. But yeah, I guess this is good here in Texas. If y'all's eggs aren't that cheap, or I don't know if maybe cheap's not the right word. Maybe I should say inexpensive. Actually, no. Look at this. You could get eggs for $1.50 here. All right. I'm going to call that cheap. 12 eggs for $1.50. That's 13 cents an egg. You can make, well, at least I can make a meal for a week with this carton of eggs and some rice, and I can make some fried rice, and that could last me a week. That's not bad. Everything is up. One thing that could be interesting to do is, give me a second to try to fix this. Let's see, background blur. How do I make the color different? Okay, there we are. I wanted to be able to actually see it. I can't see it when the text is white. I also want to make it bigger for people who are blind like me. So we're going to give it a little bit more margin. Okay, sure. All right. I'm also going to put this at right here. I think that's a better place. So everything is up. Chicken food went up. So eggs went up. High fuel prices added to everything. You crack me up. How disconnected are you? Fairly. I mean, I don't go out that much. Like, I don't need to know the price of things I don't eat. So I eat pretty much I eat like a lot of rice stuff. I have chicken that I buy from Costco. I know what it costs at Costco. You came in a little bit too late. I was going off about how food at Costco is a little bit more expensive. So I get the those the chicken breasts and chicken thighs, as well as the what do you call it? I get stuff from there. And vegetables, I will go to the farmer market on Saturday and get vegetables that way. And sometimes I'll go out to eat with for dinner with one of my neighbors. Other times I'll do lunch every now and again at the local taco spot. There's a place called Liberty Taco. I will go and get 2 tacos, and I think this is cheap. Maybe you will disagree, but 2 tacos, which will fill me up, is $7. This place right here. And I don't know. This is one of my favorite places to go to. So yeah, I'm pretty disconnected because I don't have to worry about a lot of stuff like this. A lot of things that we spend money on is a choice. So inflation affects different people differently. So let's pretend that if you're more like me and you don't really go out and spend money on things, you're not going to notice the price of anything because you're not having to pay it because you don't pay for it. Like, I don't know what the cost of cable is because I don't pay for cable. I don't know what electricity costs for my car because I don't pay for it. And yeah. But there's that. There's other things I don't pay for either. So I don't know what shoes cost. If shoe prices went up, I wouldn't know. I don't buy shoes. If the price of clothes went up, I don't know. Most of my shirts are free. Like, I go to a conference and I'll do free shirts. This shirt that I'm wearing right now, here, let me put it on the camera. I want y'all to guess how much you think I paid for this shirt. This black shirt I'm wearing. How much you think I paid for this shirt? I'm willing to bet you wouldn't be able to guess it. I actually paid money for it. I actually paid money. More than I wanted to. The shirt I bought in Costa Rica, I bought 5 of them. All 5 of them combined cost me $3. Yes, $3. The pants I'm wearing, during Black Friday, every year I buy 5 pair of them, and every year it costs me $100. So my clothing cost total for a year is about $150, $200. I get a haircut once or twice a year. I didn't even know haircuts was expensive till I went and got a haircut recently, and I'm like, why is this $45? I'm like, man, I don't know if it's gonna be another 2 years before I come back. $45 for a haircut. Haircuts used to be $5. Y'all remember when haircuts were $5? Sweatshops, I don't think they have that. So the thing is that the price of clothes aren't as expensive as you think. It don't cost that much money. A lot of what you're paying for is markup. So when I don't even know if they produce shirts in Costa Rica. Maybe they do. But when you go to any textile manufacturer, the cost to actually build all of that is really low. What they'll do is they'll sell that to a wholesaler or distributor. And then those people will they need their 30, 40%. sometimes higher. Then they'll sell that to like maybe a retailer or you or someone. And it's, yeah, there a lot of things go into that. So what I found is that if you don't care about brand names, aka me, I don't give a shit about brand names, you can get clothes for really, really, really cheap. Yeah, like you get decent clothes for cheap. Now, with that being said, I don't know about if, I don't know, like it's a hard question to answer because when you go to these countries, and I've been to a lot of these countries, you may be like, oh, well, these people are working in bad conditions. You also have to consider the alternative. A lot of times the people who aren't working, like, you know, because not everybody's forced to work in these places or even forced at all, but like sometimes there is no other opportunity. So if a company goes in and sets up shop there, that's still seen as an investment in that community. And the people are generally thankful for that, which is, I know it may be hard for, you know, if you're in America, it may be hard for you to like really like accept that, but the rest of the world is incredibly poor. And I'm not saying that to put them down. Like, I mean, like it's sad. It's, if you've spent most of your life in America or in Western aligned countries, you likely don't understand just how bad it can be. And when you go to like, I don't know, like I spent a little bit of time in DRC. Yeah. DRC and Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, that's, I don't know, that's bad. I think that the people I think will rather work in a textile factory than what some of the people are going through. And these are kids, by the way, what some of these people and kids are going through in DRC. I'm curious to know, like, do you know what's happening there in DRC? Of course, you know, all these companies that exploit the product that comes out of that country, man, that's a whole story. That it's a little deeper because a lot of companies don't deal directly with DRC. It's actually the CCP that deals a lot with them, and then they will import the goods to China, mark it up sometimes 8,000%, and then sell it to our suppliers so that they can keep their hands clean. That's a little trick how a lot of these companies keep their ESG scores up high. They just make, like, they won't buy from a certain, you know, company, but they'll still buy the product knowing that it came from that certain company, so long as there's a degree of separation, especially if it's going through another country, because then they can change the country of origin. Yeah, it's not a, yeah. Yeah, you're right. DRC is not a joke. So, like, I don't want, I mean, you may think I'm out of touch. I would call most people more out of touch than me because, you know, I've actually been around. I spent 4 years of my life traveling the world. I think I'm a little bit more connected than most people you'll ever meet. Now, you may be like, oh, because I don't suffer from the same kind of problems that people suffer from right now. No, that's just right now. There was a point in my life when things were very different, but it also taught me a lot. It taught me that I didn't need a lot of stuff. It also taught me how to do without things and how to save money. You know, nothing teaches you how to save money more than losing a job during the oil bust and then having your girlfriend have to pay your rent for you. That was my experience. And man, I moved back in, you know, with my mom, who was living with my grandmother back in the hood, and my then girlfriend was there with me. So yeah, I understand. I know how things can get, but let's just say that experience, I was like, never again will anybody have to pay for anything for me. I don't like that. So I don't spend a lot of money because I know that it doesn't always come. I think that's a good lesson that a lot of people need to learn, is that money is not always going to come, and the job that you have is not always going to pay, or you may not even always have the job, right? So if you are someone who's, you know, living your life as if you're always going to have money, I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I I find it interesting when I see people who will make purchases for things that I myself wouldn't purchase, and I know that I'm doing better financially than them. And it's just like, why would you buy that? Or why do you think you need that? And or sometimes I'll have the flip side where I'll get people, they'll be like, oh, well, you got something. So like I bought a wallet because my last wallet was stolen out of my truck that was stolen. So I needed a wallet. My last wallet that I bought, it was, it was a little bit of money, but I owned it until it got stolen. So like 10, 12 years. This new wallet that I got, it's kind of, it's a little expensive, but I fully expect this wallet to last me for 10, 15, hopefully 20 years. Hopefully I never have to buy a wallet again. I hate buying shit that, like, especially stuff like that doesn't do anything. If it does something, I'll buy it. If I can make money doing it, sure. So that means tools. I buy tools. Let's get through this
whatever
video.
About them. It's because they feel as I do have you ever seen eggs that cost $10 before in your whole life? I just saw it yesterday. $10.92 is burned into my memory. They're pasture-raised eggs, to be fair. They're the most expensive whatever ones on the shelf.
Eggs.
But I'm skipping them. I'm like, no way. I'm not
Wait, pasteurized eggs? What's that? Are those different from regular eggs? Huh. I've never heard of pasteurized eggs. Maybe, all right, cool. I just learned something. I did not know that was a thing.
Paying $11 for 12 eggs. That's almost $1 an egg. That's insane. I mean, the cheaper ones were like $4, I think, something like that. Mm-hmm. And same thing. I mean, look, I understand.
Oh, I can redeem myself. I know the cost of apples. I do know the cost of an apple. The apples at the store at this moment in time are $1.20 for an apple. I eat apples, so I know what the price of apples are. Like, that's insane. Or oranges. I think oranges are over $1. Last time I bought blackberries, I think that was $6 for a pint. Was it less? No, it was 5 ounces. It was 5 ounces. It was $6 for 5 ounces of blackberries. I eat fruit and vegetables, and like I eat that kind of stuff, so I know the price of that type of stuff. Even onions. I think yellow onions I think they're up to $1.20 right now, which is more than they should be. They used to be about 70 cents for like a yellow Spanish onion. The red onions were typically $1. I think red onions now are closer to $2 at the moment. What else is high? I mean, other than insurance and I guess fuel costs, not gas, but fuel for heating. Gas, I guess natural gas. Maybe that's a better word. Natural gas. Maybe that went up. But I heard that natural gas went down at one point. Maybe that was a lie.
The prices can go up, over time, but we're talking about in the rapid.
Kevin says he likes free range.
3 years. You saw.
I can't taste the difference. I can't taste the difference whether it's free range or not, but I do get the free range ones because it's gonna sound stupid, but I don't care, because when you crack it seems like when you crack them, like the shell is not as thin feeling. You know what I mean? Where you get an egg and like you barely touch it and it cracks. With the ones that I be getting, like they have a nice thick shell, and I like it. I don't eat the shells. I do feed them to my dog though. He likes so anytime I make like eggs, I'll make a couple for him, and I'll keep the shells in there, and he likes it. I think the shells have glucosamine in them, which is good for joints. So I give it to my dog. He's a little bit older. It's like 10. So yeah, I like the shells, and I rationalize it by saying that if the shell is stronger, then maybe the egg is better. But I don't know. That's how I rationalize it.
Year-over-year inflation come to like 40, 50, 60% in the case of some goods, especially whenever it comes to staples like beef, especially like beef, eggs, and then many other animal-based products, which...
So he said staple. People don't have to eat beef. There are other cuts of meat that are cheaper. Chicken. Chicken used to be expensive, actually. I don't really like chicken that much, but like chicken, you got pork. Pork is cheap. relatively. You also have, well, depending on where you live, you can get cheaper fish or seafood. I live in the Gulf, so we can get relatively affordable seafood here. Yeah, hell, like who says you even need to eat meat? I don't even understand. We don't even need to eat meat. You can eat vegetables. I'm a relatively large dude. Like I'm 6'4", I'm like 210, and I mean I can get by on vegetables and fruit for a week or two. So if I can do it, I'm pretty sure most other people can, because last time I checked, I'm larger than 98% of the population. That's what I think. Let me see. Heights, percentiles. I might be lying. I want to make sure I'm not lying. Wait. I have to put my height in. All right, cool. I'll do that. I'm a male. Yes, I was right. I'm taller than 99% of you, which means that I'm bigger than 99% of you. And if I can survive on like fruit and vegetables and potatoes and rice and water, that's what I drink. I just drink water. Then you can probably survive on it too.
For a variety of supply-based constraint reasons and inflation and all of that have just gone way up, combined with restaurant bills, which have skyrocketed from both the...
They did. Restaurant bills. So me and my neighbor went to dinner. What day is this? Was that yesterday? Sunday. No, we went on Sunday. We went to this Indian restaurant, it's a Pakistani restaurant actually. We got 2 mango, whatever the hell they call, I don't know what they are, non-alcoholic mojitos. Yeah, 2 mango non-alcoholic mojitos. Some rice, zira rice, as well as chicken biryani, is it dum biryani or something like that with the potato in it, and chicken karai. Just those things. Oh wait, no, and a naan, a butter naan, which is the flatbread. That meal costs $110. We went to dinner a few nights ago. Chinese restaurant. We go to it often, and we got less stuff than we would usually get because it was later and I wasn't that hungry. That meal was $88. Now, in the past, because these are restaurants that we've gone to in the past, the same stuff that we got would have been $50 at the Chinese restaurant. And I remember the last time we paid at the other place, it was like $70. So that's a pretty significant increase. That's a pretty significant increase in price. And yeah, like, man, it's got to be tough as a restaurant owner. And another one, even the Liberty Taco place, the one that I say that I like, when I first started going to that place, I would be able to get a bacon and egg taco for $1.75. Fast forward to today, those tacos are $2.75. That's a pretty drastic increase. And the thing that sucks about it is that a lot of times these restaurant owners don't want to increase their prices because they understand that like they are fulfilling a much needed service in society, and like they don't like overcharging for food. It has two effects. Number one is less people are going to come, because if you start to price people out, they're not going to come. The other one is people aren't going to order as much. So while you may increase the price, you may still end up losing money. And over time, as your customer base dwindles because the prices are too high, they can't afford it, you are forced to either continue raising your prices because you're not getting the same level of clientele coming into the business, giving you the same revenue. So you need to increase your profit or increase your revenue. So you increase prices. Or the other option is they go out of business. And during COVID or post-COVID, a lot of restaurants here in Houston went out of business. And I think it was due to pricing pressures. You had the logistics, so the cost of getting goods to and from point A to B was very expensive. And I think that other things were also incredibly expensive. So the cost of raw materials, I know it's not technically raw ingredients, we can call them ingredients, raw materials, it went up. the cost of labor is also likely going to go up in certain places because of, laws, right? Here in Texas, we still have a very low minimum wage, which, I don't know. I go back and forth, right? So I do think it's important that we have a minimum wage that is a livable wage, but at the same time, I understand that if the minimum wage is too high, it limits growth. What do I mean by that? Let's say, for instance, I have a company and, I have enough to hire someone, like maybe a college student or a high school student or someone, just give them some work experience. They're not going to really add that much value, but it's like, let's get the person in and build them up and pay them a little bit of money so they have some spending money. That kind of stuff goes away. And what you're left with is you're going to have people demanding that you have a skill set when you come into the job because now they're paying you a certain amount of money. So as someone who's, I guess you can call me a small business owner. I don't want to, not really. But if you wanted to call me I have small business, and if minimum wage were to go up too high, I wouldn't be able to hire people, which means that I may not be able to grow. I'm not saying that would be the case for me, given what I do. But, let's say, for instance, I wanted to bring on an intern let's say I'm teaching them how to build websites or something like that. They don't know how to do it, but it's that's the job that they're going to do. And I'm kind of going to teach them. It's a lot of effort that I'm going to have to put in. And then the government comes in and it's oh, but you also have to pay this person $15 an hour. It's at that point, I may just not hire the person. And I think that's what we're going to start to see. And I think that's what we already are seeing with the UAW results. I think that these auto companies are going to cut workers as a result. So the net result is, yes, fewer people are going to get paid more money. And it's interesting how that seems to work a lot in almost every situation. It seems like wealth and power always concentrates. I used to study a lot of history, and I can't name a society where wealth and power did not concentrate. It almost seems like it's a natural state. And then I don't know. It's weird.
Costs going up and labor. So the point of all of this is to say it's not misinformation. It's a real concern. And actually, just to show you what I guess they're trying to push back against, there was a TikTok that went very viral of a nurse who's living in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I saw that.
Who described, I think, of what a lot of Americans
I saw that video
currently at this moment, which is why it touched a lot of people. Here's what she had to say.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. They have it here. I don't even have to go look for it. All right. Yeah. Her story resonates with me because I think we might be the same age, or maybe she's older than me. I don't know. She looks older than me. I think she's a millennial. And if she's a millennial, that means that she was likely told the same BS that I was told when I was, coming up. And that is, oh wait, did I switch my thing? Yeah, I did. And that is, you need to go to school, go get you a college degree, because that's the way that you attain success. So a lot of us who are millennials, we bought into that. We bought into the idea that if we study hard in school and we get into the best college that we can get into, and we major in something, like a STEM field or medicine or law or something like that, that once we graduated, we would be okay. We could have we can have the American dream. And her story is telling me that is not the case. And I really feel for her because we're in the same generation. She was told the same bullshit that I was told. Fortunately, I had my grandpa and the people around me who never really put too much into it. Well, my grandpa, he believed in education. He wanted me to get it. So I did that. But the rest of the people, they weren't into that. So fortunately, I didn't fully buy into this idea that if I get a college degree that somehow everything's going to be okay. So while I was in school, I was making sure that I was working and building up skills and in all kinds of things, even stuff unrelated to what you would think I would even need to do. Because I never bought into this idea that my degree would save me. So let's listen to this, and I think after this, we'll move on to another video.
Like, my husband and I are doing everything right. We both have good jobs. I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse.
Registered nurse. Let that sink in. She didn't go to school and major in woman studies or gender studies or race critical, whatever the hell they're teaching now. She is a registered nurse. And her husband is too.
Work full time. He works full time. We just got paid this past Friday, right? We paid the mortgage. Bought some groceries. Put some gas in the car. And guys, it is Tuesday. And we have like $200 or $300 to last us until next Friday. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm in school full time. I work full time. He works more than full time. He works overtime every week. This isn't how it's supposed to be.
Hey, bro, like, Reynold, I'm gonna call you Ray. I'm sorry. You're not wrong. A lot of people were getting useless degrees, but it don't sound like she got a useless degree. And I'm gonna be like, let's be real. Like, I know people who have computer science degrees and engineering degrees. Yeah, same thing. I mean, to be honest, if I hadn't got, I guess I'm gonna call it, I'll just say, if I hadn't been lucky, with all of the, people in my life, the influences and, some of my decisions, and just the fact that, I was always in the right place at the right time, born in America in the 80s, late 80s, internet revolution, computing, information, like the fact that I grew up in it, like, all of these people, like, they have some of the same skill sets as me, and they're not doing that well, and they didn't get useless degrees. So I hear what you're saying. You're right. A lot of people did go and get useless degrees, but I don't think that it's entirely fair to say that it's because of that. Because if you were to go back 30 to 40 years ago, or hell, even longer than that, most people didn't have degrees, yet they were still able to get jobs that paid them a livable wage. My mom didn't get a degree, but she was able to raise 2 children without a degree. My grandpa didn't get a degree. However, after he retired, he had a net worth. I'll say that, a net worth. Didn't have a degree, never really made, I don't think he ever made more than $50K a year. Grandmother didn't have a degree. My aunt, I'll stop there. I'm the first person in my family with a degree. I'll just make it easy. Everyone else in my family didn't have a degree, and they were able to make it. My grandpa was able to buy a house, cars, like take care of my sibling, or not my sibling, my mom and my uncle and my aunt. Like, they were able to do all of this without having to have a degree. Now, all of a sudden, in today's day and age, you're pushed into getting this degree, and it's for what? Like, if everyone gets a degree, the value of it goes down. It's basic supply and demand. And I think that this started when FAFSA, when I think that's what was the downfall, when FAFSA, when the government got involved and started guaranteeing loans from third party lenders. So I think that causes the price of education to go up because, well, people have more money to go to college. so you raise the price. It's supply and demand, right? Like, you have more people demanding to go to college. Well, the supply, even if we did build new colleges, that's not how it works. Like, let's say, if you built this new school, I'm not going to that new school. I'm going to the school I went to because there's a legacy there, right? So, there's a lot of things that go into this, and it's not fair to just pin it on just one thing. To be real, I think that we've seen a huge failure of our leaders in this country, a failure in policies. This should not happen in the richest country on earth that's ever existed, ever. in history, in the universe. This should not happen. No one in our country should be struggling. How is that possible? How is it possible that we can import a bunch of illegal ass people into our country and we can support them, but people like you and I, you know, it's just tough for us. It doesn't make sense. And I know that it doesn't have to be that way because I've been to other countries where it is not that way, where the government seems to actually give a shit about their people. Oh, wait, before I even finish, I have another pet peeve, and I'm going to probably talk about this over time a lot. If you ever listen to politicians, have you ever noticed how they refer to us? They refer to us as the American people. They don't say we. They don't say us. They always say the American people. However, when I was in these other countries, they never referred to their own citizens as the whatever people. It was us, we. We don't have that here. And it's disgusting when I see these politicians refer to us as the American people as if somehow they're not the same. But I guess when you start to really get further along in life, you start to see that, yeah, the nation is a little bit of yeah, it's bullshit.
Growing up, we were told, go to college, get a degree,
yeah,
work to support your family.
I was told that.
Here we are. Did that. Now what?
I feel a lot of sympathy for her because, let's think about some of the line items in this woman's budget. She's talking about mortgage. Now, she lives in Pennsylvania. It's not even a particularly expensive state, at least if you compare it to other people in the East Coast. I just looked it up. Gas there is $3.56 a gallon on average, which is quite high. It's on the higher end for the United States. Then, really, what did she mention? She mentioned her schooling. And I think why that hits a nerve is she probably works in one of the best industries that you can work in the United States. Nursing, there's a shortage of nurses right now. They get paid all kinds of money. And what she's talking about,
I know some making $400K
on her part. Her and her husband, a six-figure income, 2 working adults. And I think it just bears really out the entire 2-income trap that Elizabeth Warren wrote about a long time ago, but of runaway inflation cost for housing, for schooling, and then food. And you put those 3 cores of society together and you get a breaking point of like what that woman felt like. And again, why it went off and took viral is I just think millions of people feel exactly the same. And
do y'all, I'm just curious, like there are a few people here, do y'all not feel the same? I mean, I feel for her. Like, I mean, I'm not 100% in her position, but I definitely understand where she's coming from. In her mind, and honestly, in my opinion, she did everything right. She did the things. Well, I don't know. I'm saying right. I'm saying right because that's what I was. I'm now realizing that I had the propaganda too. I'm saying the right thing. I don't know if that was the right thing, but back in our day, that was pushed on us as the thing that you need to do, as the right thing, as if you want to be a productive member of society, you go to school, you go to college, you get a good job so you could be a productive member of society. She's done all of that. Not only did she do that, she's also married. So it's not like this a single independent woman saying I can do all this on my own. She's married to another person who's doing the same exact job as her, who is also working overtime. Both of them together. $300 left in their bank account after getting paid and paying their mortgage, gas, and food. I mean, I don't know. Like, what else could they do better? If they came to me and told me this is what they're doing, I would be like, man, y'all are doing great. Real talk. I would say y'all are doing great. Like, that's impressive. You're married and you have both of you are employed doing the same thing in a field like that. Like and honestly, if we saw the number, you may be like, yeah, like they should be living all right. But one of the things that I saw, and obviously they're in Pennsylvania, is different from New York. But I saw it was a report that came out where they said that $100,000 of income in New York is equivalent to $36,000 in purchasing parity after it's all said and done. So in effect, if you want to be able to like live or spend as if you're making, if you want to be able to like live as if you're making 100K in New York, you really have to make 300K. And that's not great, especially when you start to realize, I keep up with this. I know median household income is nowhere near 300K, and that's household income, aka the whole house. Now, obviously, that's a little skewed because some households are single people like me, but there are many other households that are more than one person. Some of them are two, some of them are three or four, some of them are dual earners, some of them are quad. I'm gonna just call it multi-earner households where everyone in the house is working. And even then, the median means middle. So you take all of the salaries, all of the incomes, and then you sort it in order, and then you bifurcate it. Whatever that middle thing is, assuming that it's odd, that is the median. If it's not, you'll take the two and you'll divide by two. You'll take the average. I think average income is slightly above the median, but then if you understand statistics well enough, you'll understand that any measure of central tendency has a little bit of skew in it. And with averages, people like Warren Buffett or Bill Gates or Elon Musk, they tend to skew that average. So I don't know what the average is right now, but let's say if the average were $80,000. In reality, that's just another measure of central tendency. And you have median and average, and you have a bunch of other ways. But when you look at that, you'll realize that, yes, just because it's 80 doesn't mean that that's actually what most people are making, because it's skewed towards those people who are making billions. So yeah, it's not great. And when we have what we have going on, not only does it cause intense like cultural issues, but it creates like this environment where people lose hope or trust in their institutions. And when that happens, things can go south. And I know that things are bad in our country right now, but it's important to understand that it could get much, much, much worse. Even now, we're still in a good position. We still have rule of law, which I know sometimes we don't really think that that's important. But lawlessness is not a thing that you want to experience. Trust me. Like it's not that fun to have to go everywhere and be in like a military police escort unit where you got two trucks, typically Toyota Helixes back in those countries. You have like the two trucks, machine guns in the back, and then you got the two in the front, and then you got you in the middle. And that's not that fun. It sounds dope, but it's weird. All right, I see here premium Ford. These feels the same. Times are tough for most of us. Middle class is shrinking before our eyes. Yeah, it's we had a very large wealth transfer in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And we also did some things that it benefited some people. I'm not gonna lie. Some people got those checks, whatever those checks people got. I heard that people got like 2 or 3 of them, not the PPP loans, but the other thing. Like some people got stimulus checks or something like that. And the interesting thing about those stimulus checks is that a majority of that went to rich people. I saw something that I forget what news outlet it came from, but they said that over half of all of that money went to essentially one man. Gosh, what's his name? Is it Arnold something? Let's see. I forgot his name. It may not be Arnold. Let's. Bernard. Yeah, there it is. It's Bernard something. Bernard Arnault. So I think they said that over half of that money basically ended up just going to him. Why? Well, because he owns LVMH. Why? Because a lot of people got that check and they're just done with money and they decided to go buy luxury goods. I actually saw there was news articles and videos showing people lined up to go buy stuff from that store. And when you saw the people who were lined up, it's very obvious that they don't usually shop at those types of stores. So it's, yeah. So we printed money, which devalued our currency, which means that we all get to pay for it now. We all became poorer as a nation. And we're now in more debt than ever. Do y'all know what our national debt is? I think we've reached a point of no return. I think we're getting to a point where 15% of our GDP is being spent on interest payments. And that's not a good situation to be in. Debt clock. I think this is it right here. Here's our debt. And here's the countdown, or count up, I should say. And the reason why it counts up is, well, we have to pay interest on the debt. And there's also increased spending. I don't know if you realize our government keeps giving money to these countries that aren't in America. Like we out here sending billions of dollars to all these other countries that ain't got shit to do with us, that don't love us, they ain't gonna solve any of our problems. We out here giving our money to them. Meanwhile, our national debt is 33 trillion, 834 billion, 261 million, 112,000, whatever that number is. It's growing too fast. Look at our Social Security liability. 26 trillion. That's 26 trillion. This is our social, like I had to pay the max Social Security every month, and this has been for the past 8 years. And it sucks knowing that I will never get to benefit from that, especially knowing that, like my grandmother, for instance, like she was on Social Security, but when my grandpa died, she had to choose between either keeping hers, which was lower than his, or taking his and also losing hers. Meanwhile, I'm paying taxes a shit ton to our government. I'm just like, it would be better for us as a country if our families just took care of our families instead of relying on the government. Do you all realize that I paid more in taxes to the government than the government has ever given me in return? Like I haven't received all of these benefits and things that, apparently our taxes are supposed to pay for. Well, I'm not even calling for, well, honestly, I would call for a reduction in military spending. But I do understand that we are a country that's how we make our money. Make a lot of money in war. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of our government is run by the same people who run these companies. I think that should be a law, like where that should be illegal. We should get rid of lobbying and that, where you can't cross. Like if you're a head of a corporation, maybe you shouldn't be able to go into government. Or if you're in government, maybe if you go to a corporation, maybe that corporation should be banned from having anything to do with the government, because that's corruption. That's how corruption works. We actually do have corruption in our country. It's just interesting how corruption works, especially when you start to see it up close. Even when you benefit from it, it sucks because it breaks social cohesion. And that's something that we desperately need in our country. But yeah, here's our debt. It's not great. Assets per citizen. Well, I don't know if y'all have 657K in assets. Most people don't. So this is obviously the total assets divided by our population. But man, imagine that. Imagine if we were a truly equal society. This is what we'd all get if we were to do like a massive reset where it's like, all right, we're going to make sure that we all start off from the same footing. Anyone who has a lot of money will lose a lot of money. Anyone who has no money will gain a lot of money. What's crazy is that America, we could do something like this. We could do something where it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's too far. I would like a universal income, basic income. That would be kind of dope. And it don't have to be a lot, but it would be kind of dope if you're an American citizen, that you will be okay, that at least you will be able to afford a place to stay, hopefully. And I feel a certain kind of way about that because I used to be homeless. So like, yeah, I don't think anyone in our country should be homeless because it doesn't make sense. When you truly understand how rich we are as a nation, how wealthy we are, it makes no sense that we have homeless people, even if they don't contribute to our society. It doesn't matter. Like, fine, they don't contribute, but at least they're not stealing my shit, right? Like, they don't have to contribute. Just don't fuck it up. I'm happy to, like, you know, say, all right, let's give everybody $50K a year. Just don't fuck shit up. I'm happy to do that. But what we have is we basically externalize those costs and we pay it anyways through crime and other types of corruption. Anyway, that's enough for our debt. Let's move on. I think we understand, you know, life is tough right now, and it seems like our government doesn't give a shit. And they're gaslighting. That's what I'm seeing. They're blaming social media for economic fear. Okay. Most people are afraid of homelessness, not social. But all right, sure. We'll accept what they're saying. Let's move on. All right. Let's do a very unrelated to everything we've been talking about. Let's do this. No, not this. What is this? He was corny. All right, sure. I haven't watched this. Let's see. This is Anton Daniels. I like him. So I'll go ahead and give him his thumbs up. I do need to make sure I share this here for myself for show notes. All right.
First date, and when I opened the door, my man was at my front door, and I was like, "Oh, like right." And then he hit me with the Rico. He pulled the flowers out, and I was like, "Wow, this is different, right?" So I'm not even paying attention. I brushed past this trying to walk down the steps and get to the door, right? Because I'm not paying attention. I'm just so not used to it, and it just hasn't like I just didn't have a lot of practice. He opened my car door. I get inside. He closed the door. I immediately went to my group chat. It's weird. Did you say he?
What? Hold on, wait. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm about to do a little bit of things are about to get a little weird. I'm going to apologize in advance. But yeah, you're going to see blankness for a while. You'll still hear me. You hear my voice? I'm still here. You're going to see me pop in. Oh no, you still see me. I'm still here. I'm lying. I'm over here saying that you can't see me. I was about to get stripped naked and y'all can still see it. And make sure I make it bigger. Do this. And then we'll add another one of those. Oops, I don't want to do that. Normally, I should do this before. Oh, come on, freaking do it. Oh, there we are. Cool. So yeah, I shouldn't probably do this live, but we're going to deal with it. All right, we're going to make this a little bit bigger, and then I want this to be an application. So we're going to say Brave browser. And then do that. And I should be able to zoom that. For some reason, it's not letting me zoom in. Green screen it. All right, so we'll do that. So now, hopefully, we can see a little bit more. And I'm gonna make myself just a little bit different because I need to be able to take advantage of this fact that I'm on a widescreen. So we're gonna make me this way, and we'll do that. And I should be able to like move myself within here somehow. Let's see how to do that. Nope. Wait, seriously? I can't do what I'm trying to do? All right, never mind. We're going to go back to my wide angle. Actually, we'll do a classic. We're going to get classic in here. All right. How's that looking, y'all? Is that decent? Can y'all see everything? Is it too big, too small? Y'all don't want to see me anymore? Which one? All right. I think this is good enough. Let's go.
Opened your car door?
High five.
No. Now let me explain, right? Let me explain. By the time we got to the restaurant, my follow-up text was, y'all, that's my bad. I just realized and all that stuff we be talking about, we don't really want it. And I felt like
That is self-awareness if I've ever saw it myself. I'm impressed. So she said that she thought that this dude was weird because he bought her flowers and opened and closed the door for her into the car. And she decides to get on a group chat instead of talking to her date. She decides to get on her phone. By the way, that's a quick way to get the fuck you from me. Hop on your phone. It's like, I wish that some of these people who say that they want these types of guys, I wish that they understand how we are. It's like, you will not be on, like, no. You think you will, but no. You will be walking home very quickly. The fact that she hops on the phone to basically talk shit about this dude behind his back instead of being present with him, that says a lot. But I'm willing to forgive something because at least it seems like she has some level of self-awareness to realize that maybe we say that we want things that we don't want. And I have a lot of experience with that, with them saying what they want. And then it's reality. It's like, nah, they don't know what the hell they want.
He technically did everything that we be saying we be wanting. In my mind, instinctively, my first thought was he corny. But he really did everything that we want. But it's so unheard of that instead of me appreciating it, it's weird. So I want to say, first of all, sorry to that man. Second of all, now, since that, I haven't got it though. And now I want it. And I've missed the opportunity because he actually was corny.
And then she sticks with it. He's still corny.
It didn't work out because he actually was corny because we weren't interested in the same things. And I'm not
like Pokemon and stuff.
You like Yu-Gi-Oh.
So?
Well, I like Yu-Gi-Oh.
All right, so like real talk, I like Yu-Gi-Oh. I like Pokemon. I don't like do anything with it. It's like when I was growing up, I liked Pokemon. I had Pokemon cards. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh. I had the video game. I used to play it. I love it. I think it's a really cool strategy game. It's fun. I don't know if y'all have ever played Yu-Gi-Oh, the game. I like it. Like, why? I don't understand. So what? Who cares if he likes Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon? Like, does that make? I guess I'm corny. All right, that's fine. I'm happy to be corny. No, I have a nice corny life. It's fine.
I'm cool with that. Like that would have been fine. That would have been fine. It's like a card game.
It's like the new. It was the next thing after Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she felt what she felt, but she trying to clean it up for the internet. She admitted it. Like, if you let women talk long enough, they'll actually tell you what they're really thinking. They'll tell you what's really on their mind. And usually their first reaction is the reaction that they truly have on the inside instead of the thing that they wind up selling you later on. She still thought that he was corny. Why? Because they were not interested in the same thing. So when did that become the barrier to entry for a person as far as vetting for whether or not they want to be married or not, right? What she really thought, she expressed it, and then she came back to it. So why did you feel a need to apologize?
Here's my take so far. This person is the kind of person that says that they want a doctor, lawyer, engineer, entrepreneur, one of those types of people. But what I don't think she realizes is that she has nothing in common with those types of people. So they want different things. So what I'm hearing is that she doesn't want that life. That's kind of what I'm hearing. That's how I'm interpreting this. You got to have a type of swag to pull American, but I don't know. Like, I don't have swag. I don't know if I have swag, but I've definitely been able to pull it. It's like, not that hard, in my opinion. But I will admit that maybe, just maybe, it could be because of I have a lot of things going for me that I present. Like, not that I say, but just like I'm tall and I'm relatively in shape. I'm decent. I'm fairly strong when I want to be. I fight. I used to. I don't fight anymore. Not in the streets. Not street fighting. I don't do that shit. That's dumb. So it's just like I do these things, and then when I get out of a vehicle, like it's typically a vehicle that draws attention. So I guess I know the signals are all there. And I've even had some try to convince me that to like be in a relationship with them. Like I've had like long, and I'm just like, no. And I flipped the switch on. I can't show it, but like, yeah, there was one time when someone was trying to convince me, and I basically just started spewing all the shit that I heard growing up. And it's like, I don't need no woman. I can do it all by myself. And then she was trying to convince me that I didn't. But I'm just like, the difference is that when I say it, it's literally true. It is the truth. I am okay on my own. I've done fairly well. You know, I had my fiance. She didn't want to be with me anymore. She left. And somehow I continue to ascend, and I don't think she's doing that well. Yeah, I don't think she's doing that well. I know the first person I was with, who I wanted to marry, who also, was like, oh, she thought she could do better. She now works at PetSmart. And, she never really, that life that she felt that she deserved. I guess, the dude who I don't know, he was making 88. I say this story, I've said this before in the past, but like, the thing I remember the most is that this dude was making $80,000, and she would never let me forget that this dude was making $80,000 when I was making 68. And yeah, all that to say is, maybe, I don't know. I don't think they understand what they want or what they're saying.
Other than
yeah, I'm 6'4". I'm well over 5'10". I think I was 5'10" in 7th grade or something like that. 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade. But I didn't stop growing until freshman year of college. So I think when I went to college, I think I was 6'3", and by the time I left, I was 6'4". So, yeah. But I suppose I don't understand why they all want a tall person. Like I'm personally not attracted to short women that much. Like if you're short, like I'm not that attracted to you. Real talk. For me, it's like you need to be at least 5'8" before I'll even consider you. So it's interesting that all these like short girls are all like, I want a tall guy. It's like, well, have you considered that maybe we don't want you? Just consider that.
Then gaslighting for the internet in order to try to make yourself feel good. But then she's saying that she still wanted, and then on the flip side, she's saying, but he was still corny. Let me tell you what really happened. Homie dodged a bullet.
Yeah, real talk.
He dodged the bullet. He dodged the possibility of a woman continuing to talk negatively about him. He dodged a woman then settling for him in order to use him for his resources. And
he's stating a very strong truth right now, because remember, the first thing that she did before the date's even over, while she's on the date, she's getting on the phone talking about this man in a negative way behind his back. Come on, like, really? I thought that the first date, I don't date, so I want to be clear here. I don't date in the sense that most people do. Like, I don't enjoy their company that much, so I don't do it. However, when I did date, that date turned into me courting these people, and it turned into me, with the proposal type thing. So it was always with that in mind. It's never been this whole like, this dating thing, but like this is insane that people are doing this on what's supposed to be the day that you're supposed to be on your best behavior. You are supposed to want to make the best impression possible on that first date, or not even just the first date, the first time you meet anyone. Or maybe that's just what, I don't know. Maybe I only believe that because that's the way I was raised. My mom, my grandparents, is that you only get one first impression. Don't fuck it up, because you only get one. And whether you think it's good or not, people are going to judge you off of that initial impression of you. So the fact that she's doing this, it speaks a lot to her character. And to make it even worse, that she's getting on the internet and talking about it and kind of hee-hee and la-ha-ha about it as if it's funny, and not taking a step back and realizing how toxic that is.
and his simping ability. He dodged becoming possibly a step baby daddy sometime in the future. He dodged divorce court. He dodged a lot of things just by inherently showing himself for who he was. And it sounds as though she's still the one that divested herself away from him, even though she's saying that she regret not continuing on with the relationship. When y'all gonna learn? When y'all gonna get it? You know, I jumped on a podcast, Hardly Initiated. Shout out to Hardly Initiated. I like those guys over there. And I'm going to deep dive into it a little bit more on Wednesday night. So make sure y'all tune in on Wednesday night for this channel. But they had a guy on there, and we had a disagreement.
Hold on.
And the disagreement fundamentally life woman that you want. People pulling, meaning that if she's a white guy, they're not.
All right. I thought he was reacting to this. Maybe he's just going to talk. So let's move on to the next one. This is going to be the last one. So, yeah, I've been here for a while, so we're going to end it here. So I actually watched this one earlier today, and I was like, oh, yeah, maybe I should do a stream today. So this is actually the video that was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do a stream because he said something. Or no, he didn't say something. Someone said something, and I was like, that's absolutely 100% true. So I want to talk about it. We're not going to finish this because I just realized it's 38 minutes. Maybe it's not obvious I didn't finish it. I just started it. So we're just going to start it. If y'all want to finish it, I'm going to share the link here. Feel free to go check it out. Let me go ahead and drop my like in here for him to show my support. And let's do this. I think he says chow time. It's like chow time or something like that. I like it. He's got his branding. It's cool.
Welcome back to Chow Time Pod. It's your host, Red. I got a video today from Think Before You Sleep. You know, how to stay single permanently. The advice that women give each other on TikTok is pretty much that, you know? And it's a big reason why Passport Bros exist, why MGTOW exists. These women teach each other how to finesse.
Oh, I went to one of my friends, I don't know, he had some type of event or whatever. And one of the girls there was asking if I was a passport bro because I had mentioned that I traveled a lot. I had been to a lot of countries. And I was like, it was interesting to me because I'm just like, how come, is this new? People like, for me, it's not new to travel outside of the country. I left the country for the first time in my life when I was 18 or 19. And every year since then, I do an international trip, except there was a point where I did a lot of international trips for a long time. And it's interesting how now if I say I travel a lot, that's the first thing that people think about. It's that, oh, you must be of that, and not that I actually enjoy going to places to experience new cultures, and because I am also studying languages, and because I also do photography and I'll see something and I want to go there so I can take a photo so that I can print it and hang it up on my wall, because I decided after I bought this piece of art that if I'm going to pay any amount of money, like that kind of money, I may as well fly to the location, stay there for a few weeks, get all the photos I want and, do stuff versus paying an artist for their photo. I can get the photo and the experience. So yeah, let's go through. I want to get to what he has to say.
Manipulate and to just extract from men without providing any type of value in return. So please subscribe down below. I really appreciate that. Let's get to that chow. It's chow time.
If he says, I don't mind providing, if you stay home to cook, clean, and take care of the kids, then honey, he minds. That is not a provider. That is a traditional man.
I don't think I remember hearing that. Maybe I wasn't listening. I didn't hear that part. Okay, so a provider is not a traditional man. They're different. Okay. Noted.
Wait, what?
All
What's
right.
the difference?
Oh,
Isn't
okay,
this what
never
women are
mind.
asking for? A traditional man is providing for the woman so that she can stay home and take care of the house and the children.
It makes me really sad when I see girlies think that they found a provider just because he's offering financial support in the future. Like, I hear things all the time that's like, oh, he's gonna make partner one day so I can be a stay-at-home mom, or he's gonna retire me when I have kids. They don't understand that his financial support is in exchange for household labor, whether or not she's happy doing it, because he's now financially providing.
Oh, how terrible. Do you mean to tell me that a man is expecting some form of labor in return for the lifestyle that he's providing to you? How dare he expect reciprocity in a relationship?
You guys are assholes for wanting things back for all that manual labor, emotional labor, and all the money you guys put into these women. What the fuck are you guys thinking? What are you gonna get back?
Clearly, this lawyer who's going to make partner one day is just a Dusty who doesn't deserve a queen like you.
Right? Now financially providing. That's why a lot of women say to avoid this because you become financially dependent, and that's not a good spot to be in.
No, this is exactly why you're teaching women to wait at the finish line. You're teaching women to not build with men because the future of being able to provide later is not.
Isn't that what they do though? Isn't that normal? I mean, actually, no, maybe not. I had somebody who was my age, and I definitely was not at that finish line. But yeah, actually, he's going to say something that is going to be probably where I ended because that's actually the only reason why I want to share it. But I think it's a few more minutes.
Good enough. They have to be able to do it now, right? Like that's impossible for most men, especially at younger ages, because they don't make that kind of money yet.
Okay, sarcasm aside, I'm not really sure how you're less dependent on a man if you stay at home and do chores while he provides versus stay home and watch TV all day while he provides. In both cases, you're dependent, except the woman who can cook and clean is actually showing work ethic, and if she does a good job managing children, then she's also showing leadership skills. Tell me, which is less risky? The girly who can lead and get to work, or the girly who sits on the couch all day?
This is where I don't think that... There's nothing wrong with stay-at-home mothers or stay-at-home wives, and per se, but there's a lot wrong with it also.
I don't know. I always had the opinion. I told my girl I didn't care. I'm like, if you want to work, I'm happy to retire and not do anything. You can support it. And that was my take. I'm like, I don't care if you work. But my preference was that she didn't. So it's like, yeah, if you work, fine, whatever, sure. But it wasn't because I just wanted to be the one in control. I just didn't like the fact that she would be answering to some other man. That I don't know, that didn't sit well with me. It's like, nah, because I mean, maybe y'all may look at it as like cockiness, but I've always been fairly confident in my ability. So my take was always like, why would you work for them? We should work together because that will be what's best for us. Because at the end of the day, I actually give a shit about you, unlike your boss. So, like we're going to actually do something, but a lot of times they get in there. They want to like show and prove to you that they can do something. It's just like, that don't really mean anything. Yo. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
These women are doing nothing. What are they providing you?
This the last clip of the day. Just FYI, it's the last clip of the day. So I will likely be dipping in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see.
All they're doing is just, if they're not even cleaning and stuff, they're just being provided for. They're just another child for you to take care of. It's not worth the money or effort to deal with women like this. So,
sure, they both don't have income, but I can imagine the one who does return labor for her man would have a lot less difficulty finding money should the relationship go bad. That is, of course,
and a lot less like combativeness when she wants something or needs something. If she's if a woman is constantly doing things for us men, and making us happy and stuff, any little thing that she's gonna ask for that is easily provided by us, we will provide it without much questions asked. Why? Because we love them. But the more issues you're gonna keep on pushing back on me on a lot of these little things, the less and less likely I'm gonna want to do these little things for you.
He's speaking the truth. Hell, I was like, I like cars, and she wasn't into cars, but she grew into cars because I'm into cars, and she loved the Challengers, and she loved the SRT because of the sound. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna get you an SRT. It's like a $90,000 car, right? So it's just like, these are the types of things that we would do. We would go out and do stuff like this. Oh, yo, what's up? 20 hours later, how you doing? Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Well, hey, I mean, we're both one and the same. Like, we have a lot in common. I don't know if you know, we have a lot in common. It was something that, I don't know, it didn't sit well with me, man. Like, and I told her, I was straight up. I was just like, why would you, like, why are you answering to him? And it's even worse when you start to think about it this way, where it's like, all right, your boss will tell you to do whatever and you'll do it with no questions asked. But the second I ask for anything, it's got to be a whole thing. And in my mind, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm just, when when you put it in perspective, it's like, all right, yeah, sure, you can have your job. Okay. You're making $40,000 a year. Okay. But you're with someone who had the potential of making $100,000 a month. But you want to throw it away because you want to feel like you can. It's just like, I don't understand. Like that was, yeah. I wasn't making that then, but a couple years after I got to that point. And yeah, I'm like, I did a little reflection. I was like, did I dodge a bullet or what? I still love her. So like, it's hard. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I'm glad. But it's like, did I dodge a bullet? Because no, she waited a couple more years. I don't know. Like we having a different conversation. Maybe I would be in the poorhouse right now if like she left now, and took half my shit. Oh my gosh. Now that I have something to lose, nah, no way. So I don't even fool with girls anymore. I'm sorry. Not sorry. I wish all of the one females who actually watch me, I wish you the best. You will never have to worry about me coming after you. You're safe. Just leave me the fuck alone.
For you.
Unless this TikTok creator is working a job and suggesting that his money is their money and goes to paying for everything in the relationship.
Oh, he just said something. So the girl I was with at the time, she never felt that my money was her money. But what's interesting is that I felt that our money, fuck, I'm saying it. All right, I felt that my money was our money, right? Like, and even her money, like she made a little bit of money. I was just like, that's your money, right? Because that's just, I don't know, that's how I am. And it's interesting how there are certain girls they'll just be like, oh, your money's my money and my money is my money. Yeah, I don't know. You miss me with that.
And her girl boss money is her money, meaning that she pockets everything while doing no additional housework that would relieve him of some of his workload, which is really unfair. As a guy, you would have to be stupid to accept that deal.
There's plenty of stupid guys out there that accepted this deal.
I mean, sure. I guess I can be stupid. I didn't accept it. That was the deal I said. I was like, yo, I got us. But I don't know. Maybe that's just something in me, right? Like I feel like that's my purpose is to do that. Like whoever is with me, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. But yeah, whoever's with me, like the expectation is that I'm doing everything, and that's not their expectation. That's my expectation. And a lot of this is just, I'm gonna be real. Most women can't afford the lifestyle that I live. So I'm not going to diminish my lifestyle for them. And if I like them enough and I want them around, then it's just like, it's not that big of a deal to like, all right, extra person. All right, so what, whoop-de-doo. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that they don't think about that. They don't think about it that way. It's interesting. Like you have girls who will rather go to work full time, basically suck at their job and make 70, 80K a year in a high income tax area like California or New York. Or let's say they're making 100. All right, sure, they're making 100K. So after tax and everything, they're making 50K a year. Some of them think that that's success. When it's just like, man, like I know, I mean, my neighbors, for instance, I don't know if any of my neighbors, most of my neighbors are doing better than me. I'll say that. Most of my neighbors are doing better than me, or at least the ones I talk to. I don't know about all of them, but the ones that I talk to, my friends who I'm with all the time, they're doing better than me, in my opinion. It's just, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I realized that if I keep talking,
I'm one of the
it's going to be 4 hours.
I accepted this deal because when I was younger, I didn't know better. I was the main breadwinner. I came home, cooked and cleaned.
Bro, I didn't hear that part. He said he cooked and cleaned. I cooked and cleaned. That was me because I didn't like dirty houses. And the way I was raised, mom, grandmother, is that if you don't like something and you can do it, then just do it. Like, don't even just go do it. So like for me, I'm like, I like food. I have a very high standard for my food. She didn't know how to cook, so okay, I'll cook. I eventually taught her how to cook a few things, and she made me she made me stuff. The Chinese dishes. I like the Chinese dishes. Bok choy and like black bean chicken and all that shit. I like that. She would make that for me. But yeah, like I did all the, well, not all. I did the majority of the cooking and cleaning. And there was one point where I was just like, I wanted to get a maid and I wanted to bring it up, but I thought it would bring up an argument. So I was just like, I didn't bring it up. I was like, I'll just keep cleaning. It's cool. All right, I got 20 hours. I think sometimes they see having their own career as empowerment and independence, but often what I see is just making below average pay and taking orders to do basic crappy work. Yeah, I agree. Like, I 100% agree that most of the time, I don't know if they're making below average. A lot of them that I know, at least, because I work in tech, and I'm sure you understand, a lot of them make 6 figures, 100K, but they have piss poor spending habits. So they blow through all of their money and they're always broke or they're in debt. So it's like where one person, like let's say you're a guy and you're making 100K a year, maybe you're able to save 30 to 40 grand a year. Right? Whereas I don't know many, I do know some. I would like to say my mentee is this way. I think that she saves. She better save. If you're watching this, she better. We're going to have a conversation. But I think that she saves, but most of them don't. Most of them like buying dumb shit. Like just the dumbest shit. Candles. You're literally burning money. You're literally burning money. Or makeup. You're literally just buying a thing to lie to others. Clothes. It's like, did you go to the store naked? No, then maybe you don't need to clothes. Shoes. It's just like at no point is it not buying something and just spending a bunch of money on a bunch of shit. Let's see. That's called leveling up, surrounding yourself with those doing better and you can learn from. Well, I suppose I would love to sit here and say, yeah, I came here to level up, but it was mostly I saw the view. I showed up. I was like, yes. And I don't like dealing with a bunch of shit. I was looking for a place to stay. I'm just like, all right. I looked at 3 places. This was the third one. I was like, if this ain't it, I'm gonna just stay where I'm at. I saw the view. I made up my mind within 2 minutes. Like I walked in, I saw the view. I'm like, this is probably the one. And then I walked out to the balcony and saw my view of downtown and all of that. I'm like, yeah, this is probably it. And then I didn't even go into the bedroom. I was just like, yeah, this is good enough. Went back out, signed the lease paperwork. Yeah, end the story. Let's see, not trying to be too negative, but it's funny for us folks trying to get out of the corporate rat race while others trying to get in. Yeah, like, well, the interesting part though about this, I don't know if we talked this much about it while you were here, but I did leave the corporate rat race, and I kind of, what I learned is that while it is a rat race, if you value being around incredibly smart people or driven people, I'm not saying that you can't get that on your own, but if you want to like get that easily without having to put forth as much effort, going into corporate is a good, I've never truly worked in like traditional corporate, so just keep that in mind. I've only worked in tech. That's been my entire, I've never worked really anything else. So like, just keep that in mind. But yeah, like I came back because I wanted to. I enjoy talking to people. I actually enjoy, doing stuff with others. And now that I've been doing it for 3 years, it's not so bad. It took me about a year to readjust because I think I told you I retired early. And yeah, I thought I was going to do that for the rest of my life. Oh, boy, was I wrong. Like, talk about, it's fun the first year, and then it's just like, you got to do something. If my mentor is watching this, you were right. I'll admit it publicly. You're right. I should have listened. I should have just like got over it and just did something else. But I did learn a bunch of stuff. I got to travel the world. I did ayahuasca. Met some really dope people, expanded my network. I have really dope experiences and stories to tell now. So I guess that makes me interesting. So, something came from it, so I shouldn't regret it. Let's try to get through. Let's try to get through a little bit more of this.
Did all that stuff. She barely did anything. She just was a stay-at-home like wife. So.
But I digress. Welcome to TikTok cancer. And I mean that. This section of TikTok is literally a poison for women that takes traditionalism and wraps it into some sort of
It's not just poison for women. I don't know. I don't agree with that take. It's not poison for women. It's poison for people. And the fact that TikTok isn't allowed to exist in China says a lot, considering that ByteDance, the company behind it, owns Douyin, which is the Chinese TikTok, which they don't do this. They do educational content on their version of it. It's our version that has nothing but this kind of stuff, which makes me think that this is maybe a psyop. This could be, I mean, this could be war. You know, like war is not always fought, you know, it doesn't always devolve into kinetic warfare. There's all kinds of warfare. So I think that that's what's happening where, you know, we have this application from a foreign country that has been on the record very recently this year and last year saying that we're their enemy and that they need to prepare for war. And it's like, all right, and we're allowing this thing into our country, which is having this effect. You know, like, yeah, India, I mean, I know the relationship with India and China. I know it's not, yeah. I know there's a little bit of beef going on. How's the whole BRICS thing? Like, I know that people are, at least, I don't know if it's people. I think it's a lot of the propaganda folks. They've been talking about BRICS all the time. And I'm just like, knowing just a little bit about the geopolitical situation out there in those countries that are supposedly a part of it, it's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, no, a lot of countries can overlook a lot of things, but some things are not that. Like, I mean, hell, that was a freaking war. There was a war fought between these. And even Russia, like Russia and I think Russia or China started, I think it's China, they're starting to mass troops on the northern border with Russia. They're friends for life.
a sociopathic relationship where the women insist that the men be boxed into a specific provider role while the girlies can do whatever they want while providing very little or nothing in return.
Exactly. They want traditional men, but they want to be whatever the hell they want to be.
No, they're the table. They're the table. They bring themselves to the relationship. What do you mean? And they bring themselves. Isn't that worth it? Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? Those hoes are great, right?
Like semi-traditional, modern, sluts, whore, you know?
By the way, so I've coined the term. I would like for you all to help me make it popular. Please, just start using it. Slutcraft. I want this to be a thing. I want this to be a thing. I've been saying it a few times, but like I'm gonna start trying to say it more often. I'm trying to make this a thing because that's what I see all these girls practicing on, like just slutcraft.
Sugar babies.
And it's not just Nadine here who's saying this stuff. It's a pretty common trend.
Yes, it's true. I'm a stay-at-home girlfriend, so I'm gonna show you guys what I did today. My boyfriend does leave me money, a little extra, so I can pay off my credit cards because credit is everything. That I got from Starbucks.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a front. I know for a fact that that's not what's always there. She probably scrounged up all of the money and then put the hundreds on the top and then folded it out to try to make y'all think that she has money. Here's how I know she don't have money. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
So I'm gonna show you guys what I did today. My boyfriend.
That right there. She not tricking people who actually know this type of shit. She ain't tricking me. This is not one of those nice vehicles.
Just leave me money, a little extra, so I can pay off my credit cards because credit is everything. That I got from
Like, look at that. It's vinyl right there on the side. That ain't leather. Come on now. You ain't. That's the thing. Like, I know a lot of folks, they get tricked into this. But like when you somebody who actually lived this for real and you around it and I take this shit for granted, you see this is fake. This is fronting.
Starbucks.
You don't even do anything. He has to pay off your credit for you. What the fuck?
Then I went to Zara. Then I went to H&M just to see what they had. Then I got a new phone. Then I got another coffee. Then I went to Ulta. Those cookies are so fucking good. Then I went to the gym with Jay. And then I got home, cut up some fruit.
So you spent more money all day and you cut up a little bit of fruit for me at the end.
What's crazy is I know girls who talk like that. Like, it's just, I can't even keep up. It's just like, it's like talking to my little niece. I expect that from my niece. I don't think my niece is going to be like that when she's older because she has me in her life. Like, no. But yeah, I know girls who, like, I can't even have I just, like, I don't want to even be around them. It's annoying. No conversation skills, nothing really interesting about them. but they think that they're the most interesting thing on earth. They're God's gift on earth. And a lot of them overvalue themselves. I've had some like come to me and like I don't know, they think that they deserve me. And it's just like, first of all, no one deserves anyone. Deserve is not a thing. Like no one deserves anything. But even then, the thought that you are entitled to someone just because you think that you are this, and it's just like, no, I don't look at you like that, right? So, somebody told me they thought that they were whatever, and I didn't say what I thought, but I'm just like, you're average at best. Average at best. 6. Not I'm lying. They were 6 at best. They were average, but 6 at best.
Gotcha.
Some dinner, and yeah, that's all I did.
I said this before in a live stream already, but wow. Stay-home girlfriend is one hell of a way to rebrand Sugar Baby, which is just a rebrand of Escort, which is just a rebrand
Prostitute.
of, you know.
Pretty much.
And the reason I make that distinction is because as far as I can see, these girlies aren't providing any labor into their relationship. He works to pay off her debts while she goes shopping all day and buys what looks like a lot of junk food. Yeah, sure, she spent 5 minutes cutting up some fruit and maybe 30 minutes to an hour making whatever this lump of food is.
Ugh. That looks disgusting. But you want to know something crazy? Whoever she with might be like, she's an excellent cook. This might be good food to him. I have learned that, you know, a lot of folks have trash taste when it comes to food. This man, you know, hats off to him. You know, like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't settle for her like he is.
But how is that equivalent to the 50 to 60 hour work week that...
What is that?
It looked like a pot roast that's got more carrots than chicken. I'm assuming this is a pot roast, but I don't know. It looks disgusting. It looks like it came out of a can. If I were to make a pot roast, it wouldn't look like this. The sauce, the gravy would be very dark. I would put a lot of effort into it. I would probably use a Bordeaux for my sauce reduction. Bordeaux, I would maybe put chicken broth. But I would probably make beef stock and put it in there. And I would want to have at least one bone in there to get the collagen out, because or maybe I would just put gelatin. You can get the gelatin packs, culinary gelatin. Put a little bit in there to get the consistency just right, because you do want a little bit of that, that smack on. I don't know what you call it. No, I don't see. I mean, the vegetables are all different shapes and sizes. There's no uniformity. I wouldn't have used circular carrots for this because they don't bite well. I would have cut them in half. The celery is a little bit too thick. I would have made it in like 8 times smaller. Not 8. 4 times smaller. Because that much celery is going to have a lot of astringency. You don't like celery has an astringent taste flavor. It is like it draws like, I don't know, it has a puckering type feel. You want that to be smaller than it is. I see very little onion in here. I don't see any herbs. I would have expected to see maybe some thyme in here. I don't see any thyme. I don't see any pepper, like, black pepper, like none. I'm looking at it. I see none. Maybe you all can't see it in the stream. No pepper. I'm going to assume there's salt, but it's unlikely. Yeah, this is disgusting. This looks disgusting. I'm not even sure if she put tomato paste in here. If you put tomato paste in here, the color would look a little bit different than this. For what it's worth, y'all, I cook for real. I like my dream. Like I only went to computer science or actual college because I was kind of pushed to do that. But my initial intent was to further my studies in culinary school. That was my plan. What I ended up doing was taking advice and doing that on the side while I was in school. So I know how to cook for real. This is trash. I would not tolerate this.
Like mashed potatoes.
It seems like he won't
like
either. He's like, what is that?
Roast beef or something?
Yeah, he got
But
it.
it
Roast
takes to
beef.
provide luxury items that are fully a waste of money, like a Louis Vuitton.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think these bags aren't that expensive, are they? Like, is Louis Vuitton expensive? Like the bag, the purses. Is it like $400 or something like that? If it's $400, even if it's $800, I don't. My take is that if you only buy one, and it's going to last you for however long, okay, fine. Because I amortize everything. Remember, I was like, you want to annualize instead of looking at monthly costs. Well, I also amortize anything. So if I know that I'm going to own something for 10 years, well, for me, if I pay $1,000 for it and I know I'm going to own it for 10 years, I'm going to look at that as costing me $100 a year. So that's how I make my purchases. It's not based on the price. It's more based on like the value that I'm getting from it, along with how much is it going to cost me during my length of ownership. And I make this calculation. I do it naturally now, but pretty much everything I buy, including computers, except with computers and like tech gear, but I can sell it. So I can recover some of my monies. And that always goes into my cost of ownership. So what I like to tell folks is that when I bought my first MacBook Pro when I was in college, that cost, I think, $1,500. But the way I justified it is that every year I would buy the new one and I would sell the old one. And I would generally sell the old one for about $200 to $300 less than what I paid for it. So effectively, every year I would pay about $500 for my laptop. Now, you may be thinking that's not a great use of money, but you got to keep in mind, I literally, that's my tool. It's equivalent to a carpenter who's not willing to pay for a fucking hammer. Like, my hammer is a computer. So, it's not that big of a deal for me to pay for the thing that literally earns me my living. But yeah, so if she, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. She's trying to flex this, but what I've learned is that the people who got a lot of this stuff, they not really flexing it like this. I'm not out here trying to show off any of the stuff I got. Like, why? To get it stolen? Why would I do that?
Vuitton bag. Or, for those of you who actually thought the Wizard Liz was a financial guru who can teach women how to be financially successful and independent.
Holy cow.
Wow. Okay.
300 and...
It makes sense, though, because have y'all noticed this? That it seems like it's a lot easier for... Well, I don't know what a woman is anymore, or a man. So I'm going to say well, I don't know anything anymore. I'm just going to say people who don't have the hardware that I have, let's just go with that. People who don't have the hardware that I have, I've noticed that it's a lot easier for them to amass giant followings. When you look at this, she has 3.56 million subscribers and 32 videos. Is she? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I am that boring. Maybe she is really interesting. Maybe I'll go watch it and maybe I'll subscribe and really love her content. I doubt it. I have a feeling that it's because of it seems to be easier, but also that when you're pandering to emotions, and of course people are going to love it, right? And I can't do it. I can't. I'm not simping ain't in me. I can't do it. Like, as someone who feels superior in every way to them, I can't simp. Nah, sorry. If you think you're equal to me, sorry, you're not. That's on everything. Like, no. And I'm talking about people who don't have my hardware. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever that is. I don't know who that is, but whoever it is, if you ain't working my hardware, I don't see you as my equal. Never will. I don't even know if I would truly I respect them, but it's not the base level respect. It's the respect that you give. It's not the kind of respect that you've earned, if y'all know what the difference is. Like, earned respect is very different from respect that's just given out of courtesy. So that's the kind of respect that I have for them. It's out of courtesy. Like, okay, I respect you. I value you and like what you have and like what you can do. The one thing that I can't, or any of my boys, the one thing I value for that. That's it. So yeah, I've never, it's interesting though. Like, I know a lot of folks, they think, they're equal partner. I'm just like, okay. Well. It tells me a lot. It's like, okay, well, I know that I'm probably above your man in the social order.
3.5 million subscribers with only 32 videos?
Yeah, he picked up on that too.
What
yeah.
the fuck? That's crazy.
Here's a TikTok she recently uploaded with an entitled look on her face where she is basically admitting that her boyfriend pays for everything. For the people who watched my video on her, I told you she's lying about how financially successful she is from her own efforts. But ultimately, what this is yet...
Whoa. Did y'all read that? Is this me calling my man to transfer me money because I accidentally paid with my card instead of his? You know what? Even though I said that that would be me, right? Like if she said that that's what's going to be the case, she would be out immediately. I would not do it. I don't know what it is, but like when anyone tells me to do something or expects me to do something, it's weird how I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just, it's weird. Like something happens in my brain where it's like, fuck you. No, I'm not doing that. It's like, I'll rather die. And I mean that. It's like, I will die before I do something. And if someone had this level of entitlement with me, I'd rather die. I'd rather see her go homeless. If she's like, oh, like if without this, it's like this, and this will happen. I'm like, well, I guess it's going to have to happen. You know? Be strong. Rely on your independence. You got this. You go, girl.
She's lying about how financially successful she is from her own efforts. But ultimately, what this is yet...
Well, it's kind of hard to say when she has that many followers, like 3.5 million followers. She's making good money, or she should be making good money, I would assume.
Another form of hedonism and lazy people trying to find ways to justify not working or doing their fair share, which is a lifestyle that in my experience makes no one happy long term and very often leads to addiction. Except it's worse because these TikTok girlies are trying...
Well, I do think it leads to addiction. When you're bored out of your fucking mind, not doing anything at home, you find shit to do. And sometimes it isn't the greatest things to do.
...to spread their pathological ideology to other women on the internet and promote it as virtuous and aspirational.
Right?
In reality, it's a bunch of women asking for free handouts.
Oh, I gotta read that. I didn't actually read this. I'm also realizing that I also didn't listen. Some of this I remember, but most of this I don't. It's almost like I'm watching this for the first time with y'all. So my ex, I'll provide, but you need to do something to prove your worth. My boyfriend, I'll provide, you focus on whatever you want to or not. Okay, yes, exactly. My boyfriend is like this too. Well, sure. How long are you gonna keep him though? That's the thing. That's what I've noticed is that, like, you know, if you're a pushover, I don't know if they like that. He makes money, does the cooking, does the cleaning, apologize when we cannot provide. Does he like and expect to do anything? Yes, because he doesn't expect anything. I wonder if these people who they're talking about, because she's saying he makes money. Let's see. Average income America. Men. Percentile. I need to put that in percentile. Ooh. What the hell? What is this? No, just show me the freaking graph. I want the graph. You know, the thing that most people get when you do a percentile? The bell curve, maybe? Okay, all right, let's look at here. This is household income. I literally put, okay, let's put Mel in quotes so that it actually gets that. Let's spell Mel correctly so that it actually works. This probably isn't it. Fuck it. We're just gonna have to go. I don't care. So annual income here's the percentage. So, man, I'm gonna have to do math now. This is why I wanted the freaking graph. God damn it. 12.2 plus 16.5 plus 11.6 plus 8.1 plus 8.7 plus 9.4. Oh, come on now. 12.2. 66.5%. So only 40% of households, is that right? 40% of households earn 100K or more? Is that right? Where am I? Is this right? This don't feel right. Maybe it is though. But I see we have gender here, so let's look. Average income by gender. Let's see. In the United States, the average woman earns a median income of 42,000. Wait, whoa. The average woman? All right, this doesn't make sense to me. How can you be average and median at the same time? But let's keep going. So the average woman earns a median income of $42,000, while her male counterpart earns about $10,000 more. So there is a 1 in 2 chance that this person who she's claiming makes money is making this right here. Oh, actually, it's like, well, I mean, this is household. This is hard to, man, I hate that it does this. I want it, it's fine. This is why I should just go to the real data next time instead of going to whatever the hell this is. I will do that. I'll make sure I do that in the future, to go to the actual data source that we can do the analysis ourselves. We can even use Python, and we can make this technical somehow. Do this all in a Jupyter notebook, and maybe I can share that stuff, put it out on GitHub, because what I've noticed is that a lot of folks are starting to quote statistics, but I didn't see those folks when I was doing my graduate in statistics. I ain't see them. I don't think they understand statistics. They just parroting like dumbasses. And like, at least we can give a little bit of, put a little bit of, like, what's the word? Rigor. Just add some rigor to this. Like, let's go a little bit beyond just mindlessly quoting this and that. Let's actually do the statistics from the data itself, and we can do inferential statistics as well, which is that's kind of cool. And who knows, maybe that turns into something else. But for now, let's keep going through this video, because I'm at 4 hours. Yeah, let's get through this.
Just like the woke mobs do. Imagine glamorizing being the equivalent to a welfare flunky. Though if you've been paying attention to social media recently, then you'll know that the people who constantly push for fame and easy living are quite often the least virtuous, the most narcissistic, and the most sociopathic people.
I've noticed that.
This is true.
I've noticed that.
This is true. Like, I don't really want to be famous. Like if to be able to walk everywhere and people notice you, that seems like a shitty life. Tell you.
Same here. And to be honest, that's kind of what kept me from coming back to YouTube, was that I'm not really interested in being known. And there was a point where I was legitimately afraid, not that I'm not afraid of fame. It's that I know that it's very possible, because I know myself. Like, I'm a fairly likable person. I'm fairly charismatic. Y'all can't tell right now, but like, let's just say that like I have an attractive personality, and I know that if I were to do this long enough and really go in, that it could result in that. And I also know that I'm a bit unfiltered, and I happen to know that we live in interesting times where what you say is easy, so while I'm not really worried about losing anything, because I've been without nothing before, I'm not really afraid of that. I don't give a shit. I'm more concerned with, there are people around me who don't want that kind of life. So I had to be careful. And then there's also, just there's other things as well, but we won't get into it. I need to finish this video.
The truth.
Especially when their personal lives get exposed. That being said, let's get back to Nadine's video and have her tell us what a provider is.
But I want to make this very clear. These kind of men are not providers. Providing is not just about money. Provider is someone who is considerate enough to ask their partner what they need, and they're committed to providing that for them. So let's say she wants to stay at home to cook, clean, and take care of the kids, and she's happily doing so. Fine. But if one day she doesn't want to do that anymore, and she wants to go back to work, or she wants to start her own business, or she wants to pursue her hobbies, a provider is someone who is fully supportive of her.
That sounds like this provider is getting finessed.
I know a lot of, cause I'm black, and in the black community, it seems like every woman has their own business. In my experience, none of them know how to operate businesses. I'm not saying women, I'm saying the ones who, like, none of the people I know who have businesses, they don't really know how to operate businesses. They look at revenue as profit. They instead of saying, let's say, for instance, you make $100,000 in revenue. They'll say, oh, I make $100,000, and they'll spend like they make $100,000. And if I go in and say, all right, well, no, that's not revenue. You have to also consider your cost. And then there's things like having money that you need to reinvest into the business, that kind of stuff doesn't really go. So what I found is most of the folks who claim that they want to own their own business and start their own business, they want the idea of it. I don't think you're a real company or business until you have employees, until you have payroll. If you don't have payroll, that's a hobby. Straight up. It's a hobby.
You agree to a particular arrangement, and you're just like, nope, I'm not going to stick to what I said I was going to do.
I'll push back a little bit on this one, Sleep. If the kids are in school and everything is okay, and she wants to go back to work part-time or whatever it is, hobbies, I think that's okay. Majority.
I agree too. I think it's okay, but this is going to be a hot take for some of you. I don't care though. It's me. It's my opinion. It's my money at that point. Money's coming to me. If she wants to work, it's my money. Straight up. Because if I've been holding it down that entire time and you want to go back to work, okay, sure. Go back to work. You can do the thing that you want, and I'm going to take the money. You may not think it's fair, but in my mind, it's fair because if I've been paying for everything for years, then I'm looking at it, it's like, well, I mean, pay me back, I guess. Pay half. I don't know if you want to work. So that's my take. If you want to work, I'm taking the money. And if you don't want to continue to work with me taking the money, then that tells me that you don't want to work and that you really just want to spend money without contributing.
Of the time, especially when the kids are in school and she's still taking care of all of those things, and it's just a side extra thing. But most of the time, I do agree with you, Sleep. It's not like that.
Have fun overpaying for daycare and coming home to a dirty house because I decided to chase my hobbies instead. Do you guys want to know how you're listening to a sociopath? She doesn't ever flip her words around and see how it would feel if someone did that to her. Imagine if I came into the relationship as a lawyer who was going to make partner.
This is exactly what I don't think
Real
a lot
talk.
of guys in the
I've noticed this. And it's crazy because sometimes I get told that I'm like mean and insensitive and all of these things. And I'm like, I have empathy at least. I don't have sympathy, I will admit. Like sympathy is something that I'm lacking, and I don't plan to fix that or work on it. I don't care. It's me, it's my life. But I have empathy. I can definitely put myself in other people's shoes and like think about how it must feel if something were to happen or not happen, or if I were to do. So this is something that, I was told when I was growing up that boys, that we don't have as much empathy and all these things, and that, girls are better than us at almost everything emotionally. But it's interesting how I haven't seen that in action. Now that may be true on average, right? Maybe that's true on average. Maybe I'm a little, right of average there. But I don't think that's true because all of the guys who I know are, well, not all, but a lot of them are like that. A lot of guys I know, they're very much like that, where they are very considerate of the people around them, and they don't just do something. They think about the consequences of their actions. But it could just be the circle who I'm with. Fortunately, I've been able to curate the people in my life. So it could just be, the fact that, I surround myself with those kind of people. So I can't say if that's true or not, whether, I can't say it, but in my case, that's definitely not true.
Manosphere and in the space don't do. You guys don't put yourselves sometimes in the other mindset of the women, to be a woman in this world.
I absolutely do that and have done that. Why? My mom is a woman, a single one at that. So is my grandmother. So are all of my aunts. So are my sisters. So are my nieces. But they all happen to be women who I love, who I want the best for. So like, I absolutely think about what it must be like in their shoes, which is why even now, there's certain things that I shouldn't have to do. I'm probably going to pay for a new roof for my mom. She doesn't have a husband, but it's like, all right, well, I can put myself in her shoes, where it's like, so yeah, I will do that. I don't know.
is a little bit different to be a man. We don't experience the exact same things. You guys know this. So being a woman, if you're a good looking woman and men approach you constantly and you get decent amount of creeps here and there, I can see why some women are the way they are. A little.
Yeah, I mean, real talk. Because I avoid a lot of people, I understand too. But I also I push back and say that's their fault. They should choose better, or their father should be in their lives and help them make that decision. What I found is that a lot of times, because they're so strong and independent, they don't need a man, that they just make horrible decisions and they only deal with the worst of us. Or the ones who are, man, I wonder. Sometimes I wonder, like, what if I just went over to the dark side and I just decided to just start slaying and just, because I don't, just start just slaying, and just hurting people. Because that's what would happen. Because I would they like to find attachment they form attachments quickly when you're someone who they like. But when you after the thing and it's like they realize that you don't give a fuck about them, it hurts them. I've done this to 2 girls after my ex, and I'm glad that I quickly grew out of that, because I was about to I was about to become a whole animal. But I thought a little bit about it, where I was just like, all right, it's one thing to do this and my issue is that I can understand what it must be like to be a father, and I do believe in karma. So I was like, all right, maybe I shouldn't do that, because what happens if I have a daughter? I wouldn't want a man doing that to her. So I stopped that trajectory. Even though one of them hurt me, I decided that, you know what, it's probably best for me not to go off on a spree, hurting all these, knowing that I can very easily. Just because it's like, okay, that's not a great thing to do. I can understand how that's a bad thing. Someone's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Maybe I shouldn't contribute to the problem. I think that's empathy, right? Or maybe that's not. Maybe I'm confusing words. I doubt it though.
Standoffish. Is it right? No, but I can understand why some women are like that. So so don't get upset at some of the reactions and some of the things that women do. Why? Because they get bombarded with some of these things constantly. Trust me, if men were getting bombarded constantly by women, we would be annoyed as fuck.
Yeah, I love how he says if. It means that it's not happening to him. Sir, it is annoying. You're right. It is annoying. I'm going to read a text message that I sent someone today. I'm not going to show it because I know this person and they might be watching later. Don't watch this if you are. Just close your eyes. So, it was a comment on my haircut about how whatever, I got a haircut. And then I say, I prefer, I was giving my reasoning. So there's 3 messages. It's cold here now, so I needed a haircut so I could wear my hat. I'm wearing this hat, but when I go outside, I'm wearing a hat for coldness. With the hair that I had, I couldn't put my hat on. So when I was going out there, my ears was cold, and I was like, nah, I need to cut this shit off. So I cut my hair off that. Second message, I'll return to my homeless look when it's warmer. So how y'all are seeing me now, I'm returning back to how I was in my previous streams. If you go back, just go look. I'm returning back to that during the summer when I no longer need to put on a hat to keep my ears warm. The third message and final one, I prefer that look because people don't bother or approach me. I said people, but hopefully we can draw out what I mean from that. Hopefully we can draw out what I mean from that. Because, real talk, they are annoying as fuck to me. I don't like them. Especially when, they come up, oh, what do you do? I like your car. And it's just leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to talk to you. But, of course, so I just ignore them, pretend like I don't hear. But what I learned is that if I go around looking like I'm homeless and I go around wearing shit like this, people leave me alone. And when I say people, you should be able to draw out what I mean by that. People, leave me alone. And I like that.
Why? Because you have girlfriends that constantly need your attention, and you get annoyed as fuck by that. Imagine just random women always wanting your attention. It fucking sucks.
Man, it's even worse than that. How many of you have been sexually assaulted? Or is that just me? Or just me? All right. So yeah, I've had that. I've had just walking and, you know, and then just hands up all on me. Oh, you big, nice, strong. It's like, get your hands on me, bitch. Don't touch me. Or, you know, I'm walking and they, you know, put their hand. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And I get upset. Like, I was raised that it don't matter who it is. If someone put their hands on you, you have every right. So like, I you know, y'all don't have to agree with it, but I don't care. It's my life. If someone wants to put their hands on me, they should be prepared to have me lay my paws back onto them. You know, reciprocity. That's the life that I live. But yeah, I mean, I've had this happen several times throughout my life since I was 16. Always women. Most of the time they're older. Always putting their hands on me. It's like just making inappropriate ass comments, and I don't like it. For instance, how often are you out going and then just being like, oh, you see someone and you walk up, oh, you're so beautiful, I just like this and this, and you just, how often do you do that? Probably not that often. However, when I go to a store and I'm trying to just get my shopping done, people bother me. Oh, you're so handsome. You have it's like, leave me the fuck alone. But no, I know everyone's not like that. Some people like attention from them. I don't. And yeah, I prefer attention from people who can actually get shit done and help me in my life. And to date, I cannot say that my life has ever improved as a result of a female who's been in it. Other than my mom and my grandmother, my family, other than my family, like maybe the one who I really, really want to marry, like the last one, like maybe her, maybe, but most of them, they offer me nothing. And it's interesting how little they offer. It's just, so I thought it was just me. I thought it was because, you know, I had high expectations, but as I start to see more content like this, I'm starting to realize that it's not just me, that other people are also like, they feel the same way, where it's like, they feel like the person who they're with doesn't pull their own weight. But the crazy part is that they talk to you as if they're the ones who are doing everything. It's insane.
But one day just decided, Nadine, I'm tired of working 70 hours a week to buy you luxury purses. So I decided that the most fulfilling thing for me to do is chase my dreams to become a professional Fortnite player.
Okay, this one's, again, slightly different. If the kids were in school and she was like, you know what? Everything's good now. I'll go to work and I come back and still take care of the household and stuff like that, then that's fine. But the way Sleep is explaining it, I do 100% agree.
Nadine is like a girl boss software engineer or a billionaire secretary or something. Surely she can afford to take care of a man who's just trying to...
Wait. Hold on.
Then that's fine. But the way Sleep is explaining it, I do 100% agree.
Nadine is like a girl boss software engineer.
Okay. She is you can't be both. How are you a software engineer and a build? No, you're either one or the other. So she's a secretary. However, when I look at her background and I see this broke track lighting with 3 lights on it, and I see that the door frame, and I let's just say I know a little bit about stuff. This door frame right here, this looks like a standard door. A standard door is about 8 or 9 feet, depending on. This don't look like she's really she got high ceilings. This look like I could touch her ceilings with my elbows. I could do this and touch the ceiling. So how you a billionaire assistant living like this? Just help me understand. Unless she's in like San Francisco, but even then, like I know girls in San Francisco who their apartments are about 6-7K a month, and they look a lot nicer than this. So I don't know if I buy this, how I got my job as a billionaire's assistant. Maybe she works at a company and she's an assistant or secretary, or maybe an EA for one of the executives, and she's just like, oh, it's a billionaire, but not really.
Engineer or a billionaire secretary or something, surely she can afford to take care of a man who's just trying to live his best life, right?
Correct.
Oh, wait, I know she wouldn't put up with a guy doing that because she constantly belittles men who want to split the bills 50-50 with passive-aggressive statements like this.
Here's a hot take. I feel like most guys are providers. They just don't know it yet until they meet their dream girl, including that 50-50 guy. He'll want to be with her. He'll want to give her the best things. He'll want to take care of her. Go ahead and do you. But having high standards is a direct correlation to how much we love ourselves. It's always the 50-50 picture.
She's right. She's absolutely right. Having high standards is very much correlated with how much you love yourself, which is why my standards are fucking high. And if that's why 98% of women just won't meet it, and that's okay. You know, I can adopt their strategy. You know, maybe I'll pray to the horoscopes or the whatever the fuck that they do, the galaxy, the stars. What do they do? The cosmology shit that they do. Maybe I'll pray to the Sagittarius, and maybe I'll manifest myself a female who does all the things. Maybe all of that. Maybe that'll happen.
Who are really.
So what? Men can't have high standards. We can't love ourselves either. You know, I don't want a woman that's ran through. I don't want an overweight woman. I don't want a woman that's caked up makeup. I don't want a woman that wears a wig.
It's interesting how a literal 6 is talking like she's beyond that. Look at the double chin. Ugh. Cross. Ugh.
What a woman. With raptor claws.
He say raptor claws. He say raptor claw.
We need to spoil girlies and how we choose to live our life. Like, we know the value that we bring and how we want to show up and the kind of man we want to be with and the kind of life we want to have. Well,
No, you guys fucking don't. Very few women, even very few people in general, know what the fuck they want.
Yeah, he's right. Most people don't know what they want. So this right here, she's just talking on her ass. Like it, man. I thought I knew what I wanted when I was in my teens. And then I thought I knew what I wanted when I was in my 20s. And I think that I think that I wanted what I had, but I don't know. Maybe I'll decide later that that's not the case. I used to think that I wanted money. I used to think that I wanted to work a certain type of job or have a certain title. I used to think I wanted a certain type of car. All that to say is we don't know what the fuck we want. But she gets onto the internet, onto TikTok, and confidently proclaims that, oh, we all know exactly what we want. That's so disingenuous. It shows that she lacks self-awareness, and honestly, like, she sounds kind of stupid. And when I look at, man, this is gonna offend some people in the future. But like, I've noticed that the Asian girls who are dyeing their hair blonde, they act a certain kind of way. They're almost like our ABWs a little bit. Just a little bit. Like if y'all are thinking that it's just, ABWs, it ain't. It's not. I've been with everyone. I'm and I'm not talking about internationally. Like, that's one thing I didn't do. So like the whole, when I didn't do that internationally, it was mostly out of, it's going to sound fucked up, but no, I was just like, I'm not about to be out here with these folks, I'm good. But here in America, because this is a very diverse country, a lot of them are like that. It's not just ours. It's not just the ABWs.
Rare.
they're still on the struggle bus.
Okay, so if you think it's insulting for a guy to want to split the bill, then don't you think he might think it's insulting that he is expected by you to pay for everything? But on the other side of it, if he has any expectations, it's considered offensive and out of line.
Right?
Right back in
No,
he's
wrong. He's wrong. I disagree. I 100% disagree. It's misogyny. It's misogynist. We got to get it right. Let's make sure we get it right. It's misogyny.
I mean, she constantly makes incredibly selfish and one-sided statements, just like modern feminists do.
This is one of those things where I feel like you just need to take my word for it so you don't have to go through it yourself. But the biggest gaslight for women ever is that struggling to build together or being his day one somehow makes us more attractive. And I think as
You're fucking... She's an idiot. She is an idiot. She is a literal idiot. I want to hear what he has to say first.
Stupid.
Oh, okay. He just said stupid. Okay. Yes. She is a literal idiot. Please, if you're watching and you heard what I just heard, tell me if you agree or disagree with what she just said. Please, like, I want to know, because I 100% disagree, but I want to make sure that, you know, we need to help ourselves. We need to help one another out, right? Like, I'm going to rely on you all to help socialize me. You know, we had some comments earlier that I'm out of touch, and that's true. I'm out of touch because I don't have to deal with a lot of this kind of shit. Because out of choice, I choose not to. I've withdrawn. I'm like, fuck it, I'll stay here. So, am I wrong that a person who was with you when you was nothing, when your day zero, they've been with you when you were broke, they've been with you when you were building up to something, they've been with you when you failed, they stuck with you, and eventually you get to success 10, 15, 20 years later. Let's not even say 10, let's say 5, 10, let's shorten the timeline. Let's say 5 to 10 years. Does that make your partner more or less attractive to you? I'll go ahead and share how I feel. The reason why, even to this day, even though I haven't been with this person who I haven't been with for a while now, like a long while, it'll be 5 years and 6 months. I think. Yeah, it'll be 5 years and 6 months. Here's why, to this day, I will remain loyal to her. When I lost my job in 2014 due to the oil bust, and I couldn't pay my rent, she paid my rent for 3 months. She got our food. She paid for a lot of stuff. Not only that, I had to move back into the hood with my mom and my grandmother's house. We were sleeping on a bunk bed in a very small, I think the room is it's like a 10 by 8 room, like the square foot in that room. It's not a big house. 10 by 8 room. My mom is sleeping on the bunk bed above us. And she's with me on the bottom bunk. I'm gonna be real. Like, it was at that point where I'm like, okay, everybody else, because I mean, I've never been one to pursue females like that. Like, I know other men they're that way. I think I attribute my success to that, actually, because I'm not distracted. I'm not easily distracted by that shit. It was at that point where I was like, okay, I think I understand the point of this. And every other girl is dead to me. Like, I'm just like, no other female can compete, because it's like, yo, like, not only did she get with me when I was literally at my lowest, this was after my first breakup of 5 years. I went from a high-rise living to Section 8 housing, and I'm living there, trying to rebuild. We met at that point, right? So, like, she was with me at I have nothing, and then we build up, and then I lose, fall back. She sticks with me, and then I start building up. And honestly, by the time, I think a year before, we ended up having our major rough patch, which lots of things contributed to that. But the year before that, I had just got a job, and that offer was $180,000, and this was in 2015. That was just base salary. I also got a lot of equity and a lot of other things. And like he was saying how that like, oh, like not paying for stuff. That's why in my mind, it's like, no, I will take care of everything, because that's what I had in my mind, was that this was the person who did this. And I'm like, because of that, I'm willing to do anything for her, literally anything. And for her to say this, that just tells me that she's an idiot. She's never helped anyone. She doesn't know. She may have a boyfriend, but like, I don't think it'll last, because I think that I don't know, maybe this is just me. I do understand that not everybody treats loyalty the same way. Loyalty is incredibly important to me. And like, doing well or doing good by the people who stood by me is incredibly important to me. Even to this day, like there are people who have done things for me over the past 5 years that, you know, just because of that, like going into the future, I am literally like, my goal is to get to a point where I can I know I can't repay, like it's not, I don't know, it's, I do believe in this thing of paying it forward, but like it's something, it's weird for me because loyalty is so important for me. But I don't know if that's the case for everyone. So maybe, yeah, I would like to know what y'all think. Like, what do y'all think of what she said? I'll rewind it just in case.
One somehow makes us more attractive.
Yeah, that building from nothing.
So you don't have to go through it yourself. But the biggest gaslight for women ever is that struggling to build together or being his day one somehow makes us more attractive.
Is that, do y'all disagree or agree? Because I disagree wholeheartedly. Like real talk. And I'm going to say something, and I mean, this will be on the internet, so any future female, hopefully I can just point to this so that they know. Now that I am where I am in life, I don't know if I could ever really love a woman like that. I don't, because I can't trust it. It's like you weren't with me when I had nothing. So it's always going to be in the back of my mind that it's because I have money. You say loyal. Okay, so Raymond says loyalty is number one. Okay, so we got one other person who's like me. For me, loyalty is very important. And it's not just from other people. I want to be very clear. I'm not saying that, you know, it's only important that other people are loyal to me. I mean that it goes both ways. It's very important that I am loyal to the people who have helped me in any way. Even when they, you know, they fall off or do whatever, it's like, okay, I take it as a show of my character that I stick around no matter what. I'm gonna tell a quick story right quick. I gave $25,000 to a buddy of mine to do some stuff with, and when I gave it to him, I was just like, yo, just kind of like keep me in the loop every 3-4, like every quarter or whatever. Yeah, sure, whatever, yeah, all that happened. Well, he didn't do that for 3 years. All right, so just 3 years, and then there's the interest accumulating and all that kind of stuff, all that stuff. All right, whatever. During that time, we're still talking, we're still buddies. I'm still inviting them out to do stuff. Never paid it back. I brought it up one day. I was like, yo, like, what's going on? Like, and then he's like, oh, I'll give you, I got $1,000 and didn't get anything else. Didn't hear from him for a while. And then one day I'm at the Mercedes dealership. I don't know. Like, I think I had just taken, I had just taken delivery of my G-Wagon, the G63. And, he happened to be there. He had just pulled up, and while I was talking to the finance guy, I had just signed my paperwork, and I saw him walking, and I'm like, I know that guy. And he's like, wait. I was like, yeah, that guy. And he's like, how you know? I'm like, well, we go back. In fact, I don't know, I'm sure there's no one here from back in the old days, but he was on my YouTube channel back a decade ago. You can actually figure out who he is quite easily. He was outside walking, and I was like, man, like I gave him $25,000 for something. There was this deal where it's like, interest, and then I'll get my money back after a year. That never happened. And I went out there, and I was, how are you doing? Have you been all right? You good? Because he stopped returning my calls. I wasn't worried about yo, you owe me all this money. It wasn't that. It was just like, yo, how are you doing? How's your mom? How's your sister? And bro, if you end up watching this, just realize you fucked up, bro. Like, real talk. I hope that $25,000 was worth it, because you missed out on what could have been a shit ton more money, and you'll get to see that in the future. I'm talking to him right now, so like, because he may end up watching this, just know you fucked up, and I won't forget it. But anyways, like, I ended up talking to him, and I was like, all right, he was like, yo, what are you doing here? I was like, yeah, I just took delivery of my new whip. And he was looking at that whip, but I don't think he knew it was mine. That's the thing. He was looking at this. He's like, bro, like he's like, you see this G is so fucking dope. I was like, yeah, it's mine. His face, it wasn't like a jealous look. It wasn't that. It was like one of sadness. And not sad, you know, because of, you know, what I had accomplished, but more sadness in the fact that I guess I don't know, maybe he realized, I don't know, but no, tear, holding back tears and that kind of shit. I was like, bro, don't worry about it. And I was like, we should go out for lunch or dinner or whatever. So we ended up going out a few times, and I ended up bringing him back into the fold. And some of the people here, or at least one person, if he's still here, he may have interacted with that person. So maybe now you know a little bit of that history. I won't say your name, but maybe you know a little bit of that history of, you know, well, I was like, I'm going to keep him a little bit arm's distance, but I want to give him a chance because loyalty is important to me. He ended up screwing off again, but I'm like, you know what? I'm done with that. So yeah, that's a side story about, yeah, loyalty is incredibly important to me. And it's not just loyalty to me. It goes both ways. Yeah, so let's go through.
I think as
You're fucking stupid. It does make you more attractive. To struggle with someone and to have gone through the bads and them still be there, men value this greatly.
Okay, so it sounds like he also values it. So I'm just gonna, I mean, I don't know. I'm not getting much from y'all. So all right, maybe I have a boring ass audience, but like he agrees. So at least I know there's one other man and Ray, Cherry, 3 people I know that we all agree. So 3 men on earth, at least that I can see so far, fully agree. But I imagine if I go through these comments that maybe some people will comment on that if they got to this part. So yeah, like for real, like loyalty is so important. And the fact that she doesn't realize that, she's an idiot. Oh, and I see Kyle comes back with the oh snap. So you know who I'm talking about now then, right, huh? Yeah, like me and him, we when I said we go back, I meant for real. I met him when I was, hell, like, man, it wasn't high school. It was like freshman or sophomore. Like it was one of those years. I've known him for a very, very, very long time. And yeah, I'm that kind of person. Like I allow for people to make mistakes and to fuck up because I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna make mistakes and I'm gonna fuck up. And I would love to think that, you know, other people will do that for me. My family has, but I would like to think my friends will give me the opportunities to fuck up in life because that's how you learn and grow. So that was my take. It's like, okay, you know, yeah, money, sure. I lost $25K. Here's how I looked at it. It was actually more than $25K because this wasn't the first time. Let's just say it's about $40,000 in total, but neither here nor there. Here's how I looked at it. I was like, I am blessed to be in a position where I can lose $40K and that shit not hurt me. I don't even feel it. That's how I looked at it. So I'm like, I was kind of glad in a sense that I had gotten to a point where I can do this, where I can lose that and be like, oh, whatever. It's just money. I'll remake it. Right? So like it was, yeah. So all that to say that loyalty is very important. And for me, the amount of time that you've been rocking with me, like it's a direct correlation. Well, there are other ways that you can get it too. It's not just with time. It also comes with doing shit. Like and I know because I know people, they got other shit to do. If I see somebody, if they go out of their way to help me in any way possible, I was taught that these are the people who you keep in your life. Like if you have anybody in your life who helps you with anything, you need to do whatever you can to keep that person in your life because, well, number one, they don't have to be there. They don't have to help you. And number two, most people won't help you. So if you find anybody who's anywhere near, like who's going to do anything for you or willing to talk to you, like all these things, like maybe keep those people around. But I don't know, maybe this is just old school. Even though I'm a millennial, I'm a little bit old-hearted because, you know, I had a lot of influence from my grandparents who were born in the 30s. and their friend circle, as well as people who are in their 50s at that time when I was a kid, as well as my mom. So it's like I was around that generation. So even though I'm closer to the tail end than I am to the beginning of millennials, I have a little bit more in common with Gen X than I do with millennials, just in the way I think. Over the last 10, I probably got 15K floating out there in good deeds. Man, like I'm like, bro, like I stopped counting, bro. I stopped caring. Like there are people now. If I were to go and collect all of the money that's owed to me, that's probably, I don't know. It's not quite 6 figures, but it's about 96,000. But you want to know something? So what? That's how I look at it. It's like I have money now and I don't use it. So I don't know. I think you know this now by now, Kyle. Like money is not my primary focus anymore. Let's just say hard lessons taught me to not focus on money when I had it and it didn't solve my problems. I was like, oh, that's what that song meant. More money, more problems. It's not really that it's more problems. It's that it's a different class of problems. And for me, I was ill prepared to deal with it because I was the first person to ever become, like me and my family. But yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I am living my life as if I will never see that money again. And that's what you should do. And that's what I do now. So like, even the last time I gave somebody some money, like I have a limit now. So the most I'll give anybody is 5K because that's the most that I'm willing to lose now because other people have fucked it up. So I don't expect anybody to pay me back ever. But if you do, great. That builds a lot of, social credit with me. But in general, like, I don't expect to be paid back. Now, however, I'm not going to say that you could just come and ask me for 5K and I'm gonna give it to you. Nah, probably not. But if we've known each other for a while and it's like, we're really cool and all that, yeah, sure, I'll probably do it. But if you're just like, just regular person and it's like, yeah, we're kind of acquaintances, kind of whatever, I'll give a few $100s. It's like, you got, if somebody's like, oh, I need $200, $250, all right, whatever, sure, here you go. I don't even sweat it. So because I don't go to church, I feel like that's my way. I grew up in the church, so I know about tithes. You're supposed to give 10%. So in my mind, I'm like, well, I'm not going to give it to the fucking church, but I'll give to people. So I'll do that. A great app idea. Do it. Well, yeah, I don't know if people will come to me to invest in an app because they know that I'm an engineer, and most people don't know software engineers. Do you know that there are less than 30 million software engineers on planet Earth? Did you know that? We take it for granted because we know a lot of, by the way, well, I won't say, but because we work in tech, we know a lot of that. We know a lot of people like that, but most people don't know a lot of engineers or software developers or machine learning experts or infrastructure experts or any of that. So it's kind of, I think that if people, that's Roscoe. I think that if people came to me about apps, it would probably be to help them build it, which would be, hold on, give me a second. Ugh. You sneezing, buddy? You sneezing? Come here. Come on. What's up? You gotta come all up on him? You gotta come on me now? God damn. You gotta climb on me? It's my dog, Roscoe. What's up, homie? You trying to be okay? All right, fine. He doesn't like being pet. He wants attention until you give it to him. Then he's like, get the hell away from me. You sneezing? Why are you sneezing so much? Why are you sneezing so much?
A woman stuck around with some of the baddest things in your life.
Wait, hold on. You said now what % are good ones? I have the opinion, and it may be unpopular, that all ideas are worthless. So when people come to me with their app ideas, I am quick to tell them that your idea doesn't mean much, ever. And that's very, like, a lot of times they'll, take it personally and think that I'm attacking them without, just thinking that maybe everyone has an idea, but that's not what matters. It's execution. So I think far too often people get stuck on, I have an idea. And they think that, this idea is good and therefore it will make money. But it's very rare that good ideas make money. How do I know this? Because apparently everyone has good ideas. However, most people don't have a lot of money. So the logical mind that I have puts 2 to 2 together and realizes that, having good ideas does not equate to money. And so it's like, it doesn't matter if the app is good or the idea is good. It doesn't matter, because we've seen shitty app ideas that make a shit ton of money. So it has nothing to do with the idea itself. It's oftentimes execution. In fact, when you think about some of the products that we use on a day-to-day basis, how many of them are actually really just amazing and great versus not really, but they just solve the need and we use it. So that's my take. I don't really get into this idea of ideas or anything. But yeah, I'm realizing we're not going to finish this. This is getting to 5 hours, and I don't want to go to 5 hours. I had only intended to do 2, and here's where we are. But if y'all enjoy this kind of stuff, I'm happy to do more of it. Obviously, I do enjoy the conversation. I would love to have more of it and maybe learn some more things about you all and where you are, some of your experiences, and maybe I'll do more of stuff like this as well. I'm doing all kinds of things, right? Like I wanted to go over the migrant crisis, the fact that New York wants less police. There's tech news, there's all kinds of stuff that I'm really into, as well as geopolitics. And I think I may do that as well, because I'm starting to realize that most people don't really know what's going on in the world, which is interesting. It's very weird, especially when I came back to America and I realized that most people have no idea what the hell's going on. It made me understand why most of the world thinks Americans are dumb. And I may be part of that, to be honest. So maybe I'll do more of that if you all are interested. If you're not interested, I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't really matter if you're not interested. Other people are. So yeah, anyways, I hope you all stick with me. Even though you may not find it interesting, I hope you stick with me. If not, enjoy life. And yeah, you're thinking of starting a geopolitics channel, but animated? Well, hell, if you want to just talk about it, how about we just talk about it on stream? You don't even have to hop on cam if you don't want to. You could just be on a Zoom call and we just chat about shit. Yeah, we'll talk about that more if you're here for the next stream. I don't have a schedule for these. They are random, so I'm not expecting to see you anytime soon. But if you happen to see me streaming one day, feel free to hop in and we can chat up a little bit, or you can go and search me up on the internet. My name is literally my channel. You can also go to my channel on YouTube and go to my about, and you can find here. I can show you that actually right now. Give me a second. I can show you that now. So if you go to my channel and wait, how does this work? Hold on. Oh, here, right here. If you click that, it'll take you to my link tree, and you can connect with me on one of these places. You can message me on Twitter. I'll eventually check it. You can message me on LinkedIn. I'll eventually check it. If you message me on Instagram, you'll probably get a response a lot quicker, because I look at Instagram at least once a day. Once or twice a day. So yeah, I'll probably see it. But yeah, anyways, I am going to go ahead and call this. It's been a very long stream. I did work full time today. I don't know if that's obvious. I've done a lot today. So I'm going to go and walk my dog and enjoy the rest of whatever I have left of the day, which is about 2 hours, get some work done and call it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling now. I apologize. Please if you enjoy any part of this on any platform you're watching on. If you haven't subscribed, it would help. I would appreciate the subscription or the follow, either here on Twitch, YouTube, or on Twitter. And until the next time, you all have a good rest of the night. Peace.